would have been bad. Would have not been a good thing.
You might be live right now.
Oh man, so is James. Oh man. Hello?
You're live, buddy. You're live on Facebook, you're live on Twitch. I'm just gonna check on YouTube.
Cool.
You're also live on YouTube.
Nice.
So talk to the people.
Hello, friends. Thanks for tuning in. My name's Dan Saulpaugh. It is my birthday today. And in a couple minutes, we're going to get started. I'm going to give it about 2-3 minutes here. It's fun. Last year, I turned 30 and, had feelings about it. And so I decided to throw a big show at the Way Station, which does not exist anymore, regrettably, like so many venues I love to play at. Conversely, I know there's a lot of venues that don't exist yet that I'm going to have loved to play at in the future. So it's all, part of a larger thing. But, I invited a whole bunch of my friends to play short sets and made me feel way better about turning 30. It was awesome. Really great night. And I figured this year has been so weird. I know 31 is not the milestone birthday that 30 is. But I was like, why not just invite a bunch of my friends to play music? And that sounded like a lot of fun to me. Oh, hey guys in the chat. So I can interact, just so you know, I'm live to a couple places at once. And so if I say things that don't apply to the particular chat that you're seeing, it might be because I'm talking to a different platform. But interpretive dancing, yes. I don't know that it's a requirement for watching, but it is strongly encouraged. To the point where you might be judged if you don't. Thank you for the birthday well wishes. And yeah. So yeah, we have a whole bunch of awesome people who are going to play today. Friends of mine who I've known for years, and it's cool having been in New York for a while, and having been a human being who lived in other places than New York before that. People kind of pass through here and people like move around a bit and change places. So whereas last year being tethered to a physical space, it was all New York, largely Brooklyn-based artists, which, makes a lot of sense. But it's cool to have a bunch of friends of mine who are not New York-based anymore who are going to be joining us. I know we have some, we have Colorado here. We've got Ireland, I believe. We've got the desert out west. I think Utah. I have it written down. I will look when that becomes relevant information. But yeah, tonight we've got me, playing in just a minute. And then my good friend James Beck, aka My Dog Spaceship, right after me. Chris Q. Murphy, then Joe Boover, Charlie Rauh, Ali Aslam, Kaylyn Marie Scarterfield, TALAY, Fort Vine, and SKOUT, who are all artists that whose music I love. Like, they're all people who like I hear things from, and I'm like, oh, why didn't my imagination do that first? Which I feel like is always a good way to feel about things that you like, if you're someone who also makes things. And yeah, I can't wait to share all of this music with you. Also, I haven't played a ton of shows in the last year. In the couple of years leading up to 2020. I was playing a bunch of nights a week with different projects and stuff. And it's been really cool the last year to have time to like catch my breath and reflect on that and like really practice a lot and like improve on certain skill sets and like focus on non-career parts of my life and stuff. But it's exciting and weird playing a show again because it's I'm so out of practice from it. So I'm excited to be here. I'm excited that you're here. Thank you for watching. I'm going to start playing now, and I hope you hang out for all of the other cool artists who you're about to listen to. This is a newer tune of mine called Second or Ascent. I was raised on faith, was raised on shame, was taught the ways I couldn't run my tongue across your name. I read the book, it's where I learned man can't live on bread alone. I've been hungry, I've been tired, I've been thirsty, I've been worried, I've been stoned. I've heard the veil tear in the other room. I've been the priest, I've been the bride, I've been the martyr, I've been nervous as a groom, and bending down to kiss the lips I've loved. Oh, I've been saved, I've been damned, I've fallen far, I've been burned and I've been snubbed. The morning's tapping lightly at my door, and I'm not dressed, I'm not showered. I need coffee and a couple hours more. And sure, she's just here to get the rent, but I've not been paid, I'm working late, and Lord, I haven't got a second or a cent. Well, there were days when all I had was faith, the setting sun, the subway screaming. I was young and broken, couldn't look away. But now I'm older, I sleep soundly in my bed. There's no voice crying out my name, yeah, no one's trying to raise me from the dead. The morning's tapping lightly at my door, and I'm not dressed, I'm not showered. I need coffee and a couple hours more. And sure, she's just here to get the rent, but I've not been paid, I'm working late. And Lord, I haven't got a second or a cent. I haven't got a second or a cent. I haven't got a second or a cent. So that's a newer one. And it's fun because a bunch of these ones I've been writing a bit. I kind of took some time away from writing at the beginning of this when the world was crazy, and it's been fun to kind of like get into writing. But I have a bunch of songs that like I haven't played with a band or like at a venue, which is such a part of my life for so long, and I will be again. But it's kind of cool to just have them exist in like this context. So This is one called I Waited for You. Let me see. You can see me on Twitch, but not on Facebook. Facebook people, I see a couple of you. Can you hear me? Just put a little thing in the chat, or some other emoji for me to, text is also fine. You can hear me on Facebook. Okay, awesome. Cool. All right. This is a tune I wrote about kind of the place where I grew up, like Placid, New York, which is all the way upstate. It's like northern New York, right up by Canada, which is beautiful, and but a place I didn't really enjoy living when I lived there. So here we go. Down through the pines, past the sycamores, and between the eaves, up above my head while I sleep, up beneath the leaves, where you once hid, or so I believed. Winter's coming fast down the steeps on the breeze. Winter's always coming fast. That's why I left, and so I fled to a city by the sea. And my father's yet to grieve the loss of his son. My brothers live at home, and my mom is a fool to have clung to her cross, refusing to run. She said, "Praise be the Father, praise be the Son. I was raised to feel the depth of my guilt. Well, I tried to help, but I'm not sure what more I could have done." And all the trees, they raise up their arms. They say every leaf's turned upwards in praise. All the stones that cry out your name. Well, I waited for you, but you never came. We've not talked now for 7 years, and phones don't ring, but wounds still heal. And I won't starve for 7 more, tilling my father's fields. 'Cause I was taught not to fret for my meals, or the table set before us. God would clothe every flower in the forest and the field. And all the trees, they raise up their arms. And they say every leaf's turned upwards in praise. And all the stones, they'll cry out your name. Well, I waited for you, but you never came. bide our time. We bury our words, waiting for time. When they'll rise. And all the trees, they raise up their arms. They say every leaf's turned upwards in praise. And all the stones, they'll cry out your name. Well, I waited for you, but you never. You never what? That's like the question you ask at the end of that song. You're like, there's another word there. I'm sure of it. What is it? Capo. Yeah, I'm from Lake Placid, New York originally, which, like I said, I didn't particularly like living there when I was younger. Like, I didn't really realize, I didn't feel like I fit in very well, and like, it's that kind of thing. And now, like, finally I'm like, 30, 31 now, and I go up and I'm like, has it been this gorgeous this whole time? Like, it's in like the Adirondack Mountains, and it's like stunning, and like the air is clean. Yeah, it's so funny. But I think if I was still living there, if I'd never left, I would have been like, oh, I hate this place, and it's just gorgeous. I had no idea the whole time. Thank you for the birthday wishes, everyone. Also, Tyler, I appreciate the like that emoji combo. It could mean so many things. There's a real poetry there. I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna think about that and maybe write a song about it later. But yeah, this is I want to play a couple brand new ones that I wrote in the last couple weeks. Because I like this kind of thing as a chance to kind of like try some new things. And yeah, this is a tune called, I'm not sure yet, but I thought I'd share a couple brand new ones with you here. Honey, won't you help me up over the bow of your little boat, tied to the shores of tomorrow, moored against the rising of the tide, and push me off, let me go where I'll forget that I was young. I'm growing old too fast, like a flower shooting up, reaching for the scorching midday sun. And Riverman, I've got no coins, but I can sing. Maybe it's been a while since you've heard a stranger's song, so won't you let me by? 'Cause listen, I could really use a break. I've been around, I've chased the sun from east to west, coming up over Queens in the morning, seen it sink itself out past Santa Monica to rest. So let me go to where every singer gets their songs, face my prow into the morning, northward as the stars, straight into the burning light of dawn. And Riverman, I've got no coins, but I can sing. And it's not that much, I'm painfully aware, but believe me, it was all that I could bring. And Riverman, I've got no coins, but I can sing. Maybe it's been a while since you've heard a stranger's song, so won't you let me by? 'Cause listen, I could really use a break. Thank you. I think the weirdest part of doing like streaming things is it's really cool that I can see there's like a bunch of people and there's comments and like there's interaction. But it's just so odd to have like, you know, I think I played my first proper gig when I was 11, 31. So I've been like doing this for like 20 years now. You know, and you just get used to some level of like clapping. Like it doesn't matter how sincere or underwhelming it is or huge. There's just some kind of like feedback mechanism that's like auditory, which it's so funny to not have that. And to instead have like all these like visual references. It's cool, but it's definitely this like paradigm shift, you know? But yeah, I've got another like brand new one that I want to try out, and then got maybe one or two more, and we'll pass it over. But this is again, I'm not sure the name of this, but this kind of a little quarantine ballad, it's a little love letter for New York, or wherever it is that you love that you live that is different now, which is probably everywhere. It's a little bit of time between waking and dying. It's a real thin line between making love and crying. As I throw off the sheets, feel my feet hit the cold of the floor. And I rattle through the room and start to make coffee, taste whiskey on my throat. And I'm still feeling rocky, imagining the ways I'll burn through the hours of the day. So I pick up my guitar and try to stay focused, scratch the paper with my pen, and trying to set things in motion in spite of the quiet that settled like dusk in my mind. And I don't believe we ever waste time, burn the candle from both ends or just drown it in wine. And I don't believe it's foretold by grace that we're meant to be at a time or place to stop, see the end of, to breathe at the end of the day. So I get on the train it's a brand new one here. This is the beauty of this moment. It's the rawness of it. So I get on the train into Manhattan, the memory of a place where things used to happen and some sleep blows in 'cause somebody's holding the door. And it used to be that I couldn't tell if I was still drunk or had woken up in hell. So I get off the train, past somebody slumped on the wall, and I climb the stair up to Astor Place, see a couple maskless lovers with smiles on their faces. Past the begging mom, she says this year is not the first that's been hard. And I'm no better than that mother's kids. Put $1 in a cup and pray that God does the rest. I'm certainly no worse than those trust fund pricks with their name brand degrees and Instagram clicks. So, and I don't believe we ever waste time. Burn the candle from both ends or just drown it in wine. And I don't think it's foretold by grace that we're meant to be at a time or a place to stop. See the end of, to stop. See the end of the day. Thank you. All right. Got a couple more for you here, and then we're going to pass it off. On deck is My Dog Spaceship, aka James Beck. And oh man, Jim, good to see you. Dave, Megan, Jack, anyone else who I haven't said hi to yet. Thanks for popping in. It's really good to see you guys. I hope you like the music. All right, this is one called Not So You and I. And I feel like the intro to this one is like, given that I'm like, like a New York based artist, and I'm like, I do a lot of session work for like indie singers, and I do, my own stuff. I feel like it's really not cool for me to admit my undying love of Dave Matthews Band. Like in other scenes, other places like that, that's totally cool. But I've definitely gotten some pushback for my unbridled love of Dave Matthews Band. And, but then I play this song and people come up to me and they're like, yo, you're really into Dave Matthews, aren't you? And I'm like, damn it, I gave it away. So yeah, there. Now that's a personal tidbit. And this is a song that follows that intro I just gave. Not So You and I. Sometimes I dream myself awake in the night, warm by your side, but cold with a fear of the fading of the light. So I get up and cross the room, draw the blinds, watch the light chase the shadows from the buildings in the sky like a blackbird in flight. So quietly I set the kettle on the stove, take stock of the smell of the plants on the sill and the weight of my clothes. That's a hell yes to Red Rocks 93. Thank you. I agree with you, Jeff. And then each morning I walk down the parkway by our street. I pass children with their mothers, old men yelling at their dogs. I pass people I won't meet. And each of us just measures out our time. From the dust we arrive, and returning lonely, each of us will die. But not so you and I, my love, will rise in the morning, burn through the day, we won't set till we're done. And after all the daylight is through, you and I will hide in the shadows, wait for dawn to make us new. Later we will take the train down to work, read the lines on people's faces, trade our time for less than what it's worth. And getting home we'll trade our stories line for line. This one's comic, that one's tragic. This one's about a girl who lost her luck and gave up trying. Not so you and I, my love, will rise in the morning, burn through the day, we won't set till we're done. And after all the daylight is through, you and I will hide in the shadows, wait for dawn to make us new. So, honey, let me take us there. Let's slow this down, feel my fingers as the warp and weft, as I weave my hands into your hair. And sure, I'm scared that we've not the time required to fully share how it feels when you fill my chest so much, my ribs feel fit to crack and my lungs feel starved for air. And it's not fair how each good morning kiss is one fewer that we have between us left to share. Well, if I'm the flint, then you're the steel. If I'm the twine, then you're the spark that starts the fire. And if I'm the memory or the thought that brought to mind the feeling, the desire. Well, if you're the passing of the days, then I'm the night. If you're the sun, then I'm the stars. And the older we become, somehow I have grown younger in your arms. Well, thank you for listening and popping in. I think that is my set. Again, I'm Dan Saulpaugh. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for wishing me happy birthday. Yeah, it's great to see all you guys in the chat and see all you guys watching and listening. Everyone, the next 9 musicians coming up next are all people who like really inspire me. And the next one, James Beck, My Dog Spaceship, he's one of the first people I met in New York. My first gig was I moved here in 2013 to go to college, and then ended up taking a gap year. But I worked at Starbucks, and I got a job at a Starbucks in the West Village, right near the new school where I was planning on studying at the time, and then other things happened, and I didn't go to the new school. But Yeah, I started working there, and I had a job offers from Guitar Center and Starbucks, which should be a no-brainer, except that given my class schedule that I was expecting and stuff, the Guitar Center gig didn't work with that, whereas Starbucks did. So I said no to Guitar Center, yes to Starbucks. Worked there for a year. It was terrible. And then didn't go to the new school. However, one good thing about that whole experience was working with James, who also had just moved to New York and worked there with me, and turned out to be amazing as both a person and a musician. So I'm going to hand this over to my dog Spaceship. Are you ready, James? All right. Thank you again for listening, everyone. It's great to see you. James.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. I set up microphones that I've never set up before, so I'm gonna see how this works out.
Cool. Yeah, man. I mean, this whole last year, streaming, everything, it's been a massive learning curve. But yeah, so tell us, where are you based right now?
I am in Pueblo, Colorado, so it's about 2 hours south of Denver, Colorado, if anyone's ever been in the area.
Driven through it once. It was gorgeous.
Good time with a steel mill and a bunch of neat shit and everything. But yeah, it's a really cool town. I really am taking a liking to it as an adult, moving back more than I did growing up here. So it's been a journey.
Yeah. James, I have one question. If the answer is no, that's fine. I know technology is what it is right now. Is it possible for you to be louder? Do you have like a gain knob or anything?
Yes. Let's do this. How's that sounding?
I think a little bit better, and then we'll tweak from there. But thank you.
No, I appreciate it. Like I said, I haven't done this before on this, so we're going for it.
Yeah. So the last year, before we just turn it over to your music, how has the guitar been? How has music been? What have you been up to?
Been depressed, but
same. Relatable.
No, it's been a road. You know, in 2019, I went on my first tour with Inea Lujan from here to like the West Coast. So I finally had a taste of everything that I was like, okay, I have a mentor. I have the experience now. Like I have these people like kind of like across the road and everything. Yep. And I finally have a system set up to where I can tour like somewhat comfortably, like still probably sleeping in the car and like sleeping on couches, but you know, it's like having an idea that's not so scary.
When you had been wanting to tour for a while,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and sleeping on couches, I mean, that's been a prominent part of my touring experience.
Yeah.
Not exclusively, but like largely, you know? Cool. Well, let me hand it over to you and let's hear some tunes, man.
Do it. This first one is a song I wrote about my sister right before I went on tour because she fell in the weirdest way and broke her wrist and couldn't get surgery for 2 weeks. So she just kind of had a really miserable time. So this one's called When She Walks with Birds Who Like to Sing. And yeah, Dan, if you hear anything that could use suggesting for sound stuff, I will totally go for it. Dear Order of the Moon's Light, I pray for you to bless my sister with your eyes. Lately she's been tossing, turning in her bed with her bones broken, bleeding. Wish I could mend the pain. glare. Death, it hides behind beliefs of things we fear, we think we know. And no, I am a call away, and if I cannot answer, I hope she knows how much I love her when she walks with birds who like to I wish upon a star's might shine upon my sister as you die tonight. Guide her from her pride's eye, overwhelmed by friendly hands that provide nurture. Oh, I know you wanna set the table. Please sit down, we're here to help while you're unable. Mama says that pain will seem quite clever. Death, it hides behind beliefs of things we fear, we think we know. And no, I am a call away, and if I cannot answer, I hope she knows how much I love her when she walks with birds who like to sing. Oh, I got to play that one time before everything shut down. So I think this is the second time I've been able to play it in front of people. That time, though. Dan, did that sound okay? You feeling good? Sounding great? Love it. God. So Dan Saulpaugh, everybody. Happy birthday to that homie. We met, it's true, at a Starbucks. And yeah, it's funny reflecting because I've, you know, as we're all kind of going through this and kind of like thinking about times in our life, you know, like what were huge moments that had such a huge influence. Dan was a super huge influence for me in my life when I moved to New York because I was insecure as fuck. I just moved there, had no money, was barely making enough to live in New York by working at Starbucks. And I just didn't really have much life experience for figuring out how to get the job, like, you know, what I could actually do, because I was just like, oh, Starbucks is the only thing I'm ever going to be really good at. Complete bullshit, but I have Dan to thank because he took me to my first open mic as much as I didn't want to do it. And he's just like, just do it, James, just do it. Just stop being a little bitch. I did it. But if it wasn't for Dan, my confidence and my will to want to thrive wouldn't have done what it had done, because he's the reason I started performing in New York in the first place, and is the reason I met Rauh, who I'm sure some of you know, and just a lot of wonderful people I know and have had the pleasure of just sharing time with now because of Dan. So Dan, it's your birthday, but thank you for the presence that you've had in my life, for sure. Next song, this one's called Lovely Day. My mom passed away, and I never wanted to write a song about it because it had to be perfect. And I just got really sad one day and spent about 10 minutes writing this, and it came out like a good time. So here we go. Ugh. You sounded hopeful when you were breaking the news. Cancer, it made its way back from those heartbroken blues. But blues be damned, no, this won't ruin your tune. He said, oh, what a life. What a lovely day. No. Saying goodbye never felt so everlasting. Cold was the kiss on your head as my heart sinking through seas of memoirs of you was as beautiful as it was cruel. I still remember, oh, what a lovely day. Oh, how the sun doesn't shine, knowing you're not here. And in this darkness I recall all of the love you shared. Oh, what a world you shared with me. Oh, what a life. What a lovely day. What a life. What a lovely day. Normally I cry, but I think I've played that one so much where I gotta give it a chance to get those tears back, but maybe next time. Man, Dan, I wanted to tell you that my favorite chord right now has been this C major 7. It sounds so good. I got a song with it, but it's really cool when you pick it. Those open strings. This next one is a cover by Haley Hendricks. If anybody listens to her, she is a beautiful human being. She lives in Portland, and she just sings stuff that just makes you happy to hear, but like sad at the same time. But it's kind of like you just want to sit back with a cup of tea or like maybe in a garden or something and just vibe. This one's called Bug Collector. And it's in drop C. How about that? Usually all of my stuff on Spotify is kind of like video game, electronic glitch type stuff. And figuring out all that to incorporating that into my live set, because I'd mentioned I'd gone on tour and I was kind of just doing I was doing acoustic stuff, and that's all I really had, because the guy that I was performing with, man, he's got a cool set. But I'm kind of figuring out how to do half electronic and half sad songs and find out that middle balance, because right now I think I just have a lot of sad songs that I've been writing and trying to get through, because writing is how I get through my therapy, all the good stuff. But this is called Bug Collector. Dan, if you haven't heard this, you got to check this out. And there's a centipede naked in your bedroom, and you swear to God the fucker is out to get you. And I digress that I must make the perfect morning. I do my best to slug that slugger out the window. And there's a praying mantis dancing on the bathtub, and you swear it's a priest from a past life out to get you. And I digress. I must make the perfect evening. I do my best to put that priest inside a jam jar. And there's a millipede angry on the carpet, and I must admit he's staring with a vengeance. And I digress that I must make the perfect morning. I do my best to prove that nothing's out to get you. Haley Hendrix. Dan, please check her out if you haven't already. Yeah. So hello, my name's James. I'm from Colorado, for anyone just joining. I got a project called My Dog Spaceship. Currently, I'm writing really fucking sad songs, but it's okay. I think we're all going through it. I think I've been really stoked actually to write sad songs because for one of my last songs that I usually play live, it's called Alivent, and like the first words are like, I don't want to be alive anymore. But it's great because towards the end, I kind of just have this segment where I talk about, depression. And, I think with the pandemic and everything, obviously it's something that we're all having a collective trauma and it sucks, and we're adapting the best that we can. But what we're adapting from, for like our prior lives and stuff, it's fucking hard to just, especially if you're a musician performing, or if you have like a lifestyle or career that has to do with the arts or anything that deals with dealing with people. It's been a tough time. But I've gotten a lot more comfortable with talking about sadness and being bummed, and that it's okay, because everybody goes through it. And I think we are moving towards more of an accepting conversation about it. Because before it's kind of like, oh, you're bummed out, I'm not hanging out with you. But that might have been some of the friends that I used to have. But, everyone's going through the same thing, and as alone as it might feel sometimes, it's one of those things that, we're doing together, one or two more depending. Boom. Sick. So I got one more. Dan, let me do one more because I really want to talk to you since it's been a minute. It's been a fucking minute. But this song, it's a song I wrote about my dad. And this is one of my most recent ones. I finished maybe like a month or so ago. But here we go. My last song before I start talking to the beautiful birthday boy. Boy. Sometimes I wish you felt the sun burning any affirmation, forgiving what you have. How dare you won't face the truth of why you sleep alone. You can point your fingers, cast a spell. This house of mirrors turned on all lights. And it pains me to see that you're not the dad that I saw on TV, coming home drunk with the night. And I fear the day I wake up with a gun in my face saying, son, everything's gonna be okay. Sometimes I wonder who's inside. You've masked all your emotions, and behind God you are hiding. Well, it's obvious, but to you it's bliss. You're cut off from the blood of my mother you betrayed. Oh, did I say something insensitive? I've been numb since the day her body burned away. It pains me to see that you're not the dad that I saw on TV, coming home drunk with the night. And I fear the day I wake up with a gun in my face saying, son, everything's gonna be okay. Kitchen table and your fists are slamming. Changing subjects cause your truths they have no ground. What really breaks my heart is that you'll never understand. The pain you say you feel came with your blood, your flesh, your hair. And it pains me to see that you're not the dad that I saw on TV. Coming home drunk with the night. And I fear the day I wake up with a gun in my face saying, son, everything's gonna be okay. Dan, talk to me. I need to see your face or your voice. That was my set. Hello.
Hey, James, awesome set. That was great. I miss hearing you play so much.
I miss being in your apartment.
Dude, it'll happen again. It makes me one thing. You talking about Ray makes me remember one night in particular where I think we saw her or me or both of us or somebody played a gig at the Bitter End, and we went like to a karaoke bar nearby, and you sang At Last, and like I'd heard you, I think, play some like folkier kind of introspective stuff, but like none of us had ever heard you like open up. And I remember all of us being there, just like having a good time, being at a karaoke joint, and then just being like, this moment of just like that's coming out of him. What? Where's Etta? Where? Yeah.
That was fun. That was a really good show that she played that night too.
Yeah.
Celebration afterwards.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah, man, that was gorgeous. I'm curious. Over the last year, like 2019, you toured a bit, which is awesome. This last year,
2020.
2020. Yeah. So I'm like multitasking, which I'm actually very bad at. Yeah. Thanks. So 2020, the year that none of us could have possibly anticipated, except apparently for, the last decade or so of epidemiologists literally told us this was going to happen.
Out of nowhere.
Right. Yeah. Climate change isn't real either. But what have you been doing over the last year musically?
Musically, I have been taking a break more than anything, which I did not want to do. But I was in the middle of recording an album, and I'm still in the middle of recording an album, but the person I'm recording with, he has a respiratory issue. And so, he was taking a break also while doing his own thing. But yeah, I was recording an album and then it's almost done. I just have a few more things. I have another album that I'm working on after that. But musically, I kind of just started really sitting with being sad and trying to write songs about it. But like write really genuine like feelings and stuff. Like not just like, oh, I feel sad. Here you go. It's like, hey, I feel really fucking like I'm like feeling trauma right now. And how can I put that into words that is not only like poetic, but it's just like something that like really speaks. So like I have this one song that I'm really proud. I was gonna do it, but like I gotta sing it to you in person. That'll be my goal. It's come see in New York.
Yeah,
But I had this
please.
song that it was back when you thought you were well hid, like a sponge. I watched you cry by the frustrations and all of the elephants that you stood by, but you believed all the tunneled, your imagination's tunneled visions, far from facts, but still you listened. So like, just kind of trying to figure out stuff that's really somewhat poetic, but is something that like when I sing it, I feel it at the same time. And so that was kind of like this year and learning better songwriting stuff. But
Yeah.
a lot.
And I'm going to keep this a little bit short just to not encroach on Chris's time, who's coming up next. But yeah, I feel like, you know, as like a songwriter, that's so much of the thing is like, how much do you say something baldly? And is that effective? How much do you like, how many tools of like from the craft of songwriting do you use to make something hit harder? Like, how much do you obscure something? Why do you do that? You know?
Yeah.
And yeah, to your point about like mental health and the arts, I know this year I've been practicing a lot and like dealing with a lot of just non-career things. But I think for those of us who like do have trauma, like it has been such an experience of kind of having space to feel a lot of things, which has been, I think, challenging. So I think a lot of the songwriting that's come out of the year and that's going to come out of the next couple of years of like all of us kind of working through all this stuff is going to be really interesting. I'm kind of excited to hear a lot of the lyric writing over the next couple of years.
I'm excited to hear your lyric writing. I really like the stuff you posted.
Thank you.
Well,
I appreciate that. James, it was awesome hearing you. You sound gorgeous as always. Thank you so much for being on. And yeah, next up, we're going to have Chris Q. Murphy. So everyone go to mydogspaceship.com. And James, is there anywhere else that you would like to send people to check your stuff out?
Just Spotify. There's going to be more stuff next year, but yeah, right now, everything that you heard tonight will not be on there for a minute. But if you want to hear some video game shit or some gore ambience, I did that last year.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Awesome. Well, yeah, check out My Dog Spaceship on Spotify at mydogspaceship.com. And thank you so much. I'll see you later.
I love you, Dan.
I love you more. All right. Yes, that was My Dog Spaceship. Next up, we have another friend of mine, Chris Q. Murphy, who's awesome. He and I both played on an album of another artist later today, Ali Aslam. He played bass, I played guitar, and then Ali, sang, also played some guitars, and wrote everything. But yeah, we're going to bring him on. Just as a side note, before that, I'm going to have a digital tip jar for all of the performers. And I think that the easiest way to do that is just to post my Venmo. And so for the duration of this thing, any tip jars, if you want to send $1, $5, $20, $100, whatever works for you, to that, I'm going to evenly divide it up amongst all of the performers at the end of this. So please, throw $1 in the hat or however many feels good. I'm going to put a link to that down here as just Venmo at my name, Dan Saulpaugh, or paypal.me or /Dan Saulpaugh. I will post that. But without further ado, I would like to bring on Chris Q. Murphy.
Hey, how you doing, Dan? Happy birthday.
Thank you. Good to see you, Chris. Thanks for being on.
Of course. Too loud, too quiet. I can tweak it in a second. I can't really tell what's going on my end. I did a little sound check, but you want more of me, less of me? I can't tell if I'm shouting or not.
Your voice is perfect right now, and then I'll tell you if it needs tweaking.
All right, sounds great.
Yeah. So do you want to, why don't you play some songs? I've been talking a lot, and then I'll ask you some things closer to the end.
Sure. Do you have any requests before I get started? Don't feel bad if you don't. It's just, it's your birthday. If you think of one, just shout it out from backstage.
Cool.
And I'll be sure to make that happen for you.
Yeah. If you could play Iron Man in the style of Gordon Lightfoot, I'd be really into that.
Done. Good.
Cool.
Let me get the lyrics up real quick.
Please don't.
You can't challenge me to shit like that and not.
Oh man. Chris, before I disappear for a little bit, where would you like people to point people? I know that you just had a release.
Oh, I did. I just put out a new single called No Sand. You can hold over Spotify or YouTube or Apple Music or wherever. Tidal. Apparently, I'm on Tidal. Wherever you listen to music, and just search for Chris Q Murphy. And you can also check out me on all the different socials, also usually at Chris Q Murphy.
Cool. I'm going to put the digital tip jar link first, and then halfway through your set, I'm going to put link to your stuff. No Sand, also with an accompanying music video, which is very cool.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I can't wait to hear what you are about to play.
Cool. Thank you so much, Dan. Happy birthday. How's everybody doing out there? I hope you're having a great afternoon. Here we go. Happy birthday, Dan. Here we go. I found this old picture of me. I look just like myself, but younger, less round, and more fire in my cheeks. A gut full of vim and hunger for only God knows what, but I gotta have it now. Because my youth was the time when I made up my mind, when I thought I had it figured out. When I didn't know shit but was so full of it that there wasn't any room for doubt. When I was young I had it figured out. I wrote poems out of everyday speech. I sung each one flesh with passion. I stripped the black star on my sleeve with the armor I had fashioned of piss and vinegar, which I wore just like cologne. Because my youth was the time when I made up my mind, when I thought I had it figured out. When I didn't know shit but was so full of it that there wasn't any room for doubt. When I was young I had it figured out. Woo! We're gonna break it down for the bridge. Break it down, break it down, break it down, break it down. Here we go. Introspective. But at some point I grew up and I began to feel unsure. I kept on shining apples that had rotted to the core. So rose-tinted rearview mirror, please replace my old reflection to where it blocks out the morning sun, because I'm blind to new directions. Block out the morning sun, I'd rather relive recollection. Block out the morning sun, block out the morning sun. Now I'm an old man in my eyes, but I'm still just a child in my mother's. And oh, my old factory died, but echoed in tears of some other guy who also had that twinkle in his mind. Because my youth was a time when I made up my mind, and I thought I had it figured out. When I didn't know shit but was so full of it that there wasn't any room for doubt. When I was young I had it figured out. Yeah, I thought I had it figured out. I guess I'll never have it figured out. Woo! Yeah, how's everybody out there in Danland doing? I'm so glad you joined along to celebrate our friend's birthday today. A fantastic birthday it shall be. So many great performers already, so many great performers coming up later on. I'm excited to see them myself, but for right now, I'm just going to play another song. Here we go. The werewolves are howling. The vampires are creeping. The men hunker down as the women start weeping. But the teenagers are all getting stoned in the park. They're not afraid of the dark. They're not afraid of the dark. Be it sickness benign or highly contagious, they laugh in the face of the things most find dangerous. They'll wrestle them gators and swim with the sharks. They're not afraid of the dark. They're not afraid of the dark. The summer sun just burns up the calendar's pages. And when the evening comes, just another day lost to the ages. You slow down to see it unfold and find out you're just getting old. Now we're humbled in horror of that terrible menace, stiff hushed in awe like a crowd watching tennis, while they laugh unaware of their youth's fading spark. They're not afraid of the dark. They're not afraid of the dark. Thank you so much for hanging out at Dan's birthday party. It's good to see y'all. That song's called Afraid of the Dark. It was released as a single a couple of years ago with an accompanying music video. And it was on some of the albums I put out at some point. I'm Chris Q. Murphy, by the way, for those of you that don't know. I think my name is on the screen somewhere. But I'm here to celebrate Dan S.'s birthday. I'm going to play another couple songs for you. Switch on over to another guitar if you don't mind too much. I think that one's mostly in tune. We're going to go ahead and call it a day. So Dan and I know each other through a couple of different circles. Like you mentioned before, we worked on Ali Aslam's album together, which came out a couple months ago, and it's just simply fantastic. Best album of 2020, hands down. There's no way to do it. No way to beat it, that is. But I met Dan hanging out at the Big City Folk Song Club, which is kind of a collective of songwriters here in New York City, where we get together weekly when COVID isn't a thing, and we share our wares, whatever work we're working on. Now, there's challenge words involved from time to time. That is, we're given a word that we have to then use in order to write a new song that week. It doesn't necessarily be in the song, but I like to try to write those challenge songs as often as possible. And sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I fall very far behind. This song is what happens when I fall very far behind. It's a song that any singer-songwriter out in the crowd can understand. It goes like this. Staring at an empty page, petrified of my guitar. For the last 3 days, I only wrote a bunch of crap about girls and cars. So feeling kind of stuck, I held my own feet to the fire. I've been telling all my friends about this brand new song, and I don't want to be a liar. So here's Writer's Block song number 143. Another creative crying, woe is me. Making short work of an order that's too damn tall. The endless search for that perfect part that'll mend their minds and break their hearts. Trying to find just the right words to say nothing at all. It shouldn't be this tricky, after all I've been here before. I can't wait around for opportunity to strike or lightning to knock on the door. Now all I need is to find a couple more cliches. And here's a part where the rhyming dictionary said to sing about Arbor Day. In a writer's block song, number 143, another creative crying, woe is me, making short work of an order that's too damn tall. The endless search for that perfect part that will mend their minds and break their hearts. Trying to find just the right words to say nothing at all. Hey, if I start with a formula, I might finish, and if it sounds like art, I might be awarded a trophy for writing the most songs about writing songs. OMG, I can't believe it, I made it to the final verse. And if I do say so myself, the first, it could have been a whole lot worse. Ignore the mumbling bubblegum, the precipice with the mirror, da-da-da-da-da-da. What the fuck? Really keep an eye on the guy that just made a lineup out of all sorts of random words. For writer's block song, number 143, another creative crying, woe is me, making short work of an order that's too damn tall. The endless search for that perfect part that'll mend their minds and break their hearts. Trying to find just the right word. Trying to find just the right words. Trying to find just the right words. Say nothing at all. Thank you. Writer's block song number 143. I gotta say, writer's block is something that I feel like so many of us suffered throughout this last year. For songwriters that really depend on the ability to get up there and perform in front of an audience, it can be tough to continue writing. It can be tough to continue producing things, hoping that you might have an audience that will hear them someday, but you never can be too sure. So I found myself, rather than just writing a lot of new things over the last several months, thank you, Megan, thank you, Robert, I found myself kind of revisiting things that were on the woodpile, as it were, and trying to turn them into something. And as a matter of fact, the single that Dan mentioned before, No Sand, is one of those tunes. It was something that I'd kind of been fucking around with at the end of 2019 into 2020, but wasn't really much. And then when I started my regular live stream series, which I'll talk about in a few minutes, this song kind of became almost like the theme song, so I had to put it out as a video. Anyway, here's a song called No Sand. It goes something like this. It was sooner than I thought it was gonna be, but somehow sadness still got the best of me. Found me with my pants down, caught me with my heart hanging out. And in the moment when I owed an apology, I looked down and my pockets came up empty. I guess I'll have to pay for this in blood. Man, I hope I still have enough. No, I have nothing to give anymore. Nothing's washing ashore. No man's junk or treasure. Yes, I've dug deep, and all I see is sand. And even that slips through my hand before I can measure just how much is gone. Tell me, how can you measure just how much is gone? A finger and praise of solitude gonna help you out and remind you that you're not just a pile of doubt, but you can only try so long before you give up on the song. I try to paint a picture of despair for my friends and foes, but I scare them by its being too on the nose. Cause with abstract art, don't you know, you gotta bring your own shit to the show. And I have nothing to give anymore. Nothing's washing ashore. No man's junk or treasure. Yes, I've dug deep, and all I see is sand. And even that slips through my hand before I can measure just how much is gone. Tell me, how can you measure just how much is gone? You're too tired to hear me out. Too tired to hear me out. But can you see me? I'm standing right here. So come on and have a look, 'cause you can't find this in a book. Come on and take me by the hands. We'll make love up here. I can't do this on my own, so let's make love up here. We'll make love up here. 'Cause I have nothing to give anymore. Nothing's washing ashore. No man's junk nor treasure. Yes, I dug deep, and all I see is sand, and even that slips through my hand, for I can measure just how much is gone. Tell me, how can you measure just how much is gone? Whew. Sorry, that one takes a lot out of me. Thank you so much. Whoo, whoo, that was loud. That was loud, man. I had to turn the volume down a little bit. How's everybody doing out there? Can I get some hellos? Thank you so much. Oh, Brian, it's so good to see you. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out, man. I haven't seen so many of you in so long. How's everybody feeling out there? Get some hellos in the chat. I'll know you're alive and awake and doing your thing. Whew, I'm going to take a quick breath. Whew, all right. So a few minutes ago, Dan asked for a request. And I'd like to go ahead and make that request happen. It was a little spur of the moment. I'm going to have to do a little something weird. Dan asked me to play Iron Man. I imagine he means the Black Sabbath song.
Yes.
And he did not mean anything off the soundtrack from Iron Man. Except he wanted it in the...
Nope.
He wanted it in the style of Gordon Lightfoot.
Correct.
All right, I got it. Here we go. Here's a world premiere, ladies and gentlemen. I don't really sing like Gordon Lightfoot, but I'm going to go ahead and try it. Has he lost his mind? Can he see or is he blind? Can he walk it all? Or if he moves, will he fall? Is he alive or dead? Has he thoughts within his head? We'll just pass him there. Why should we even care? He was turned to steel in the great magnetic field, where he traveled time for the future of mankind. Nobody wants him. He just stares at the world. Planning his vengeance for the future of mankind, that it will soon unfurl. Now the time is here for Iron Man to spread fear. Vengeance from the grave kills the people he once saved. Kills the people he once saved. Kills the people he once saved. Nobody wants him. They just turn their heads. Nobody helps him. Now he has his revenge. Heavy boots of lead fills his victim full of dread. Running as fast as they can, Iron Man lives again. and then there's a fade out. So I don't know what I would do with that. I don't know. I can't think of a fade out thing, but I did know some of the licks there. And the great thing about Black Sabbath songs is that, like, when you think they're done at the end, like, there's just another riff. You're like, the song's over, and you're like, no, there's another freaking riff. That's why I love, man, they could swing too, man. Black Sabbath could freaking swing. Yeah. Sorry.
Dude, that was amazing. I did not expect you to actually pull that out. And you know what occurred to me is like Black Sabbath by way of Gordon Lightfoot is kind of Pearl Jam. Am I wrong? Somebody on the internet telling me I'm wrong, and I will tell you, no, you are wrong.
Wow. You know, I've been to a lot of Pearl Jam shows in my life. I don't know if I should admit that, because that's not a cool thing to admit when there's potentially people under the age of 40 watching.
I admitted to my undying love of Dave Matthews Band. Like, we are about honesty and openness and, you know, getting people to unfollow us on Instagram right now. That is the goal.
Well, Pearl Jam is a fantastic live band who I've seen at least a dozen times. I feel a little triggered by your referring to them as Gordon Lightfoot in any way. Black Sabbath, you know, I've always wanted to be in a Black Sabbath cover band. Like, I think that when I really let it rip too, I do a really good Ozzy. I've had the opportunity to sing live Sabbath with a live rock band one time at Brooklyn Bowl a couple of years ago.
Cool.
And it felt like just about the most real thing I've ever done on stage. I was like, yeah, this is what I do. And it wasn't even one of my favorite Sabbath songs. So if anybody out there is looking for, I had to sing Sweet Leaf, which is all fine and good.
Okay.
But Prozac and weed are not friends. So I'm not much for the Sweet Leaf these days. But if anybody out there is looking for a bassist or singer for a Black Sabbath, you know, tribute band, this is your dude right here. All right.
Yes, sir. Dude, that sounded incredible. Thank you so much for playing. I know kind of on short notice, so it's great to have you.
I'm always good to go, dude. I this live stream thing feels good at this point. I like doing it as much as gigs almost.
Yeah. You know, I think it was interesting you talking about how this last year has been a hard year for writing. You know, I think a lot of us, I know I went into it like this, being like, okay, cool. Like, you know, I've been working like crazy. I don't have the time or emotional or physical energy to like be writing in that way. You know, all of my creative output is, you know, going towards other things like just all the stuff with like band leading and show promotion and then learning music for sideman projects and teaching. And like, you know, it's so hard to like generate the like raw content of having a project, you know. And so I know I, like so many of us, was like, now I have time. I'm going to write my opus. I'm going to, you know, I have the skill set to do so much more than I'm doing. And now I have the time and energy to do it. And that has not been an accurate way of viewing this last year at all, you know? And I think a lot of us have that experience and feel this sort of pressure to be producing, you know?
I do. It's one of the reasons that I jumped in to February album writing month again this year, which I hadn't done in a couple of years. For those of you that don't know, it's like a internet thing that you can do. Just like there's National Novel Writing Month. I forget what month that is, but my wife took part one year. February album writing month is a thing where you attempt to write an album's worth of songs. They say 14 in the month of February. And I haven't tried in years, but I went ahead and stepped up and I made myself do the work. And I don't know if I like all the songs I've written, but I've knocked out 6 so far, which is probably as much as I wrote in all of 2020. So I'm feeling okay about that, you know.
For sure. I mean, I think one thing that people who write kind of have to reckon with at some point is that, like, you know, 90% of what you write, whether it stays in a notebook hidden away or not, is bullshit. And, you know, it's you have to churn out so much bullshit to get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
And there's never a point where you've like churned out all the bullshit. It's just like, it's like a, you know, you get 10%, 15% cool, and you just need to keep going, I feel like, you know?
Yeah, I never know what the trash is, unfortunately. Sometimes I wind up playing the bullshit a bunch of times, and then at the end of a set, I'll throw out some like little frivolous thing I was thinking about, and somebody's like, "That's the greatest song you've ever written in your life," and I'm like, "What the?" So at this
Mhm.
point, my philosophy is write a bunch, play it for everybody, and see what sticks. Because
Yeah.
that's how I chose the songs to put on my single that I put out. Like the songs that people were responding to and asking about time and time again on my weekly live stream were
Mhm.
the ones where I said, "Oh, I guess I should make a proper record of these." Anyway.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thanks for coming on again. It sounded
Of course.
great.
Thank you.
Everyone check out Chris Q Murphy on YouTube, Spotify, and everywhere else. He has a
Instagram.
new music video on YouTube. Yeah, Instagram, you name it. Thanks so much. And next up, we have Joe Boover. See you later, Chris.
See ya.
All right. Next up is my friend Joe Boover, who is a fantastic songwriter as well as an actor and writer. And I'm really excited to have him on. Joe,
Hey, Dan.
how you doing, man?
Does this work?
Yeah.
Is this working correctly? I've never done it with a mic plugged in. Does it actually sound better?
I think so, yeah. Is that a 414? What do you got there?
It's CAD E100S super cardioid mic, which means it's like
Nice.
a super heart, because a cardioid just means a heart, I think.
Cool. I think I just hurt the heart of every like engineer who might be watching this, just like getting that wrong. But yeah, no, it sounds great, man.
Nice. Well, hey,
Yeah,
Dan,
so-
happy birthday.
Thank you.
Do you see?
I do.
This
It's got
is
stars on
nice.
it.
Yeah. That's
Aw.
that's how much I care.
You know what those stars make me think of?
What?
When I finally beat you at Catan after like,
Oh yeah. Every
A
Dan
good-
has a day, you know.
I mean, it took like 4 months of me getting my ass handed to me over and over again. But,
But
you
that's
know,
what makes it worth it. That's what makes it like the victories are that much more meaningful.
yeah. So how has your music been and your like, just, I mean, you create in across a lot of things. What's the last 6 to 12 months been like for you?
Well, within the last 12 months, I think you and I kind of I attribute a lot of my actual like getting into the swing of recording to you actually sitting down with me at some point and helping me get through the workflow of like a digital audio workspace. So that was actually one of the most helpful things I could have when I'm about to go and record something, and I never think it sounds good enough, and I stop myself before I start. I've been writing a lot, recording a little bit, and wanting to do a lot more. But you know, this was great. So thanks for inviting me to do this, because I'm excited to share some music. And
Yeah, definitely. I know, us kind of being in each other's like quarantine pod for a portion of this thing, like getting to hear some of your songs and your writing was definitely a high point of the last year for me.
same.
Yeah. So I'm excited to hear you. I'm gonna put like your name and stuff in the banner, but is there anything in particular you would like me to kind of shine a light on, or just you generally?
Well, I'm not doing too much stuff that bears shining a light on at the moment, to be honest.
Mhm.
But my nephew and I are working on a music video for a song of which I'm about to share called "Banana Potato," and when that comes up, that's going to be big news.
Heck yeah.
And it's going to be on our joint channel. His name is Rowan, and my name is Joe. So we have a channel called Rowan Joe, and it's on YouTube. And so that's going to be a big deal because he's been taking a class on video editing, and I'm just excited about that.
Yeah,
So
cool.
that's what I got going on.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
all right, well, I'm gonna hand it over to you, and yeah, can't wait to hear you, man.
Thanks, Dan. All right, so I'll jump in with an oldie from my sort of younger, brighter, happier days because that's sort of what would be nice to hear, I think, in a pandemic. because there's a lot of difficult times for just about everybody right now. And I'm gonna spread a little bit of happiness with some songs. This is called Low Budget Fairy Tale. A girl like you, a guy like me, that's poetry. 'Cause I'm a freak, but I think you got me beat. That's funny. There's gotta be a name for this amazing feeling. There must be some perfect phrase that I could place. Something that sums up you and me. Let me be your low budget fairy tale in every way. Hit up all the early bird Chinese all you can eat buffets. You'll be the femme fatale and I'll save the day. Slay a paper dragon with claymore really made out of clay. You'll make your own dress, I'll sport my sweater vest. It's no red carpet, baby, but we'll both look nifty on our low-budget fairy tale. Let's run away, we ain't got much, but the megabus is just $7.50. We've still got time, we're young, we're free. Our hearts are full, but my pocket's empty. They'll have their doubts, but soon they'll all believe in the timeless tale of love's insanity. 'Cause you're my low-budget fairy tale in every way. Break into the disco hall, past dark, we'll dance our own dream ballet. I've heard a million songs, but it's safe to say you're the most enchanting melody I think I've thought of all day. You'll make your own dress, I'll sport my sweater vest. It's no red carpet, baby, but we'll both look nifty on our low-budget fairy tale. Let's run away, we ain't got much, but the megabus is just $7.50. A girl like you, a guy like me, that's poetry. Thank you. And you may hear some cheering in the background. That's my girlfriend, Barbara, who is my audience. Thank God. It abates the sort of silent ending to any song. So thanks, Babsy. So this is a song that the one that I recorded earlier with Dan. I wanted to play that one because I just have kind of become fonder and fonder of it because it's one that I actually like the recording we've done of it. I haven't put the recording up yet or really finished it, but it's a great song. And well, that's me tooting my own horn, but I think it's all right. Anyway, here we go. I'll just play it and shut up. This is called Nowhere. La da 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 dum da da dum 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 da da dum da da dum da da dum dum. Headed to nowhere in search of my legend with an old broken camera smashed up on the lens. This dirty old thing is more than it's cracked up to, and I'm bent on living where the vision line ends. Here on the bright side, there's nothing to cry for. I love when the sun hits the front of my head, but staring down light for too long turns an eyesore. Well, what else are eyes for? Gonna let them get red. sharpen, sand down and shred. Am I living the good life or just mending and breaking, pretending what's left into something less? All our devices sure seem awful clever, tendencies endlessly looping like thread. Them self-absorbed thoughts, they ran the whole way to nowhere, never to shut up and listen instead. Shame, guilt, and doubt are my compass to nowhere, but sometimes they left awful thoughts in my ear. Some that would make me just hate where I'm headed, and listen sometimes is too much to hear. But I don't need a coat even when it gets cold out. Ain't rocking no stocking on top of this head. Frozen, I'll wander and ponder the soul out while digging a hole out for when I go. But it don't mean much, in fact it don't mean nothing. So count up the suffering or pay as you go, and soon you'll be tough as a week-old corn muffin. Spare me the stuff and love and let me go. Mindfully humming, mute as the moon. Frost burns the blood and these fat fingers blue. Numbly I'll strum till my thumb cannot move. Deaf and left smelling, the rest of it to remove. One by one I'll peel back the onion, put all but one in and bake me a pie. And what that'll taste like, well, there ain't no telling. But once I'm done smelling, I'll happily die. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Thanks, Babs. Very, very humble applause. So the next one, I'll just jump right in because I wanted to play a few. So this is Banana Potato, the one I've been talking about, the music video. So it's not really a happy song. It seems like it's like a children's song, but it's anyway, it's about food poisoning. So here we go. When you're deflated, can you push through? When you feel hated, what will a push do? We are related. Yeah, I'm there too. When you feel empty inside, what'll steer you? But banana, potato, banana, potato, banana, potato, bananas and potatoes, banana, potato, banana, potato, banana, potato. Banana, potato, banana, potato, banana, potato, bananas and potatoes, banana, potato, banana, potato, banana, potato. When you're ejected, can you roll through the burnt intersection, the part that still holds you? Nothing reflected from the light of the rear view. When you feel broken inside, what'll steal you? But banana, potato, banana, potato, banana, potato, bananas and potatoes, banana, potato, banana, potato, banana, potato. Banana, potato, banana, potato, banana, potato, bananas and potatoes, banana, potato, banana, potato, banana, potatoes and bananas. Thank you all so much. That's a quick one about bananas and potatoes. So I've got another one right here. This is a special song. I love it a lot. I wrote it way back when, and it's hopefully going to bring you a little bit of joy, as it has certainly brought me. So this is called Lover with an Expiration Date. And Babs, feel free to harmonize, because I know you know some harmonies for it. Might sound nice in the background. It was a beautiful day and the sky was sunny. We walked and we talked, I thought your accent was funny. We spent the whole day just soaking in the weather, but deep down I knew that we couldn't be together, 'cause you can't stay in the USA. Just a few more months till you're sent on your way, and it's nothing personal and that's what counts. But in the meantime I was digging you to absurd amounts. Ooh. Uncle Sam is like a surgeon who's picking me apart, 'cause he's removing a foreign object that's been lodged deep in my heart. We made the first mistake and we got too far. Now I don't want to let you go. And even though it's never mentioned, silently we both know that you can't stay in the USA. Just a few more weeks till you're sent on your way. But we're both here now and everything's fine. So let's forget about reality and just coast for the ride. For the ride. We're both so young and my income is dirt. As days disappear we continue to flirt, 'cause we're both playing dumb. Guess we just won't think. Said how much longer till the facts just sink that you can't stay in the USA. Just a few more days till you're sent on your way. And we're sitting in my room letting time slip by, just staring out my window pane and gazing at the sky. At the sky. And you call me up on your Metro PCS. For folks out of the country, their plans are the best. In a perfect world, I'd be with you now, while you were crying on the phone, explaining to me how you can't stay in the USA. Just a few more hours till your plane's on its way. And I'm laying in my bed when I rubbed my eyes to charm myself awake from the nightmare of goodbye. And so it seems that we've a mere matter of moments to get our situation sorted. A love like ours, it just can't wait, 'cause if we do, you'll get deported. So I grabbed a cab across the city, and I got there just in time as your plane called its final boarding. I also called out mine and I said you could stay in the USA if you just say I do. Essay. Things like these for me are hard, but if you put your hand in mine, baby, I could be your green card. Ooh. Yeah, I could be your green card. Ooh. Yo puedo ser tu green card. Thanks. Thanks for the cheers, Babs, again. So if I've got time, oh yeah, I think I can do two more. Hopefully I can fit it in. So this one's called Portohalis, which is just the Turkish and Georgian word for the color orange. So That's really all anyone needs to know to appreciate the song, I think. All right, here it goes. Eyes are heavy, hunger's deep, and I'm ravenous from lack of sleep. But them street lamps lit the roadway signs with Port O'Hala's clementines. Armor sharp within the sheath, how you smile through them broken teeth. It's how you value love above your pain. Well, you're akin to them golden rays peeking through the wounded Port O'Hala's rain. Ooh, Port O'Hala's rain. La 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 la. And every rhythm, every rhyme had me dancing in the streets all night. How you pulled me closer, filled my eyes with your Port O'Hala's lemon lime. And I'm weary from the world of late. Man, I don't want to meet my fate. But you pulled the hollow from my eyes. Oh, Georgia, won't you pour some more of your gorgeous store of Port O'Hala's wine? Really fill it up this time. Ooh, la, 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 la. As I leave my treasured friends, how my heart grows famished once again. Well, coffee talk and silhouettes, cigarettes and marionettes are gonna take my place in the hotel rooms I slept. Well, I'm getting lost on a one-way tram. Got a bloody nose in Amsterdam. Well, getting lost is nothing new. Still, I miss getting lost with you. Well, singing songs and getting high. My Port O'Hala's Valentine. I'll still be shedding blood and killing time till the morning breaks and I'm still awake, taking in the sinful Port O'Hala's sky. Oh my, I get shivers all the time. Ooh. It's funny how the old seems new, how Port O'Hala's makes me blue. I long to set my spirit free, but say la vie, if I'm coming clean, I wonder what the hell does Port O'Hala's mean? Oh, I don't know, and I don't pretend to know. Say la vie, it's time to come back home. You've let your spirit roam through the colors in the crow. Say la vie, it's time to come back home. All right, and the last one I was going to play is a little long, so I think I'll just end right there so as not to go over my time. But Dan, come on back.
Joe, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, brother. It's so much fun to play, and everybody else who's been playing is just fantastic. Like I've been moved by all of them. I've just loved seeing, like, it feels like just going to a show and seeing people play again. It's really special. Thanks for organizing this. My Dog Spaceship was singing some amazing, beautiful songs about family and difficult times, and talking to stuff that's very hard to talk about and really beautiful as well. And I mean, I don't know. I just was moved by all of it. But Dan, thank you again. I can't thank you enough. This is so cool.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to see you. And I like one thing that we have in common with our performances is having actually the luxury of having people in like a different room or out of frame who are clapping.
Yeah.
It really adds to the ambiance. Like the end of your set, hearing like a woohoo.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, that really does help. Just having, knowing that they're hearing something, like someone's the conduit for all of the cheers.
Yeah, I'm streaming from my friend Ali's apartment, who is playing later, and so like it's Ali and Steffi like just on the other side of this wall, being like, I gave my whole spiel about like how weird it is to play into nothing, and they're like, did you not hear us? We're right here wooing. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ali and Steffi are representing all of the people logged in right now who have been cheering at the end of your set, Dan. So we were sending love as well from Dublin over to you. And so it's been great. By the way, I know that Babs is pretty shy, but there she is.
There she is.
Happy birthday,
Hi, Babs.
Dan.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was just beautiful, all of it. So thanks for organizing this again.
Definitely. And thank you for ordinarily I would have hosted this live and it would have been like a New York thing. And now it gets to not just be like a national thing. I think we go as far west as Colorado, maybe a little farther west. We'll see. I forget exactly where Fort Vine is and we'll talk to them later. But now it's an international thing. Like we hopped across the puddle here, which is very exciting.
10 p.m. over here. It's like an evening show.
Whoa, it's a proper thing. Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Joe. It's great to see you. Great to hear you. It sounded beautiful, and I really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Here's love from us.
Yes. Thank you.
Babs definitely helped make this, by the way.
I know.
I figured you knew.
Yeah. From the handwriting and the nice color scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was you, but all right. Have a good one. I'll see you guys later.
Love you, Dan.
Love you. All right. Thanks so much, Joe Boover. Next up, we have my good friend Charlie Rauh, who is a total guitar crush of mine, who's also a bud, and that's really exciting. I'm gonna bring Charlie on right now. Charlie, how are you?
I'm good, man. Happy birthday.
Thank you. It's cool that I get to have a show on my birthday, even though the world is what the world is right now.
Yeah, I was getting all the the social media notifications of last year's birthday bash at the way station, which is not there anymore. So it's kind of surreal.
It's weird because that one, I mean, there's a lot of places that closed, but we're like, as sad as we were like, okay,
Yeah.
I didn't see that one coming. Like even like Cornelia Street Cafe broke my heart, but like it was kind of like, like rents are crazy there. The way station, I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, and Cornelia went down like before the pandemic even happened.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, of all the closings, that's one of the ones that surprised me the most. I didn't see that coming either. Yeah, it's total strange times.
Yeah. But you have been keeping pretty busy over the last year, and you've been doing some really cool projects, some of your own and some with other people. Do you want to talk to me at all about what you're doing right now and excited about?
Yeah, I have a new release, an EP that's coming up. I usually do solo acoustic guitar stuff. and that's what my previous 3 albums that I've released over the past few years have all been solo guitar. And I wanted to try something different. So on March 12th, I'm going to be releasing a trio EP that also has featuring SC on vocals. But it's a great band with a Nashville rhythm section from Ken Coomer on drums, who was the original drummer from Wilco that I became really good friends with when I was working the session scene there before moving to New York, and Jonah Kraut on upright bass. And there's a link to that to pre-order that on my website at charlierauh.com. But you can also listen to one of the songs and get a feel for what that's all about. But that I'm really excited to finally release that and have that out in the world. And I've been doing a lot of remote session work and producing for people from my home studio setup. So it's been I feel like I have a lot to be grateful for, as difficult as things are. I have a lot of really great people around me and have been able to stay productive and have a lot of encouragement from people to be creative and keep working. So yeah, I mean, all things considered, I'm really grateful for the personal and creative situation I've been in, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're a guy who has an interesting relationship with like genre. Like I know you and I met through like singer-songwriter events, and like I always feel a little bit like that's a world I live in kind of comfortably, but also not entirely comfortably because, like I don't really play that many G chords or D chords. It's like introspective folk, but like, and so I always feel like kind of odd man out a little bit, not in a bad way, but just, given the constraints of genre and all that. And then I would see you at some of these events and doing solo guitar, like, Icelandic lullabies and things. And that was really cool. So I'm excited to hear what you have to play now. I'm going to hand it over to you. And yeah, thanks for being on, man.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for having me. And again, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So I am going to play some music, some from the new release I have coming up that's called The Silent Current from Within, which is inspired by some writers that I'm really influenced by, Anne Bronte, Anne Carson, and my sister, Christina Rauh Fishburne. I sort of have a really deep interest in short stories and poems because I've never been a writer, but I've always sort of wanted to be. So I try to write music in the way that I would write that type of literature if I was a writer, just based on the influence of the writers that I like. So the pieces tend to be really, really short, like a minute, sometimes under a minute. So I'll play some for you in groups and sort of weave them together. But yeah, I'll get started with some of that for you. And thanks again for having me, Dan, and hope you're having a great birthday. So that was a handful of them, sort of like tied together with little transitions. But for the most part, it was a combination of songs that I've written about characters in a novel that my sister is working on. Then I'm sort of writing a song cycle of about the places and the people in the book. So the book is still in progress, and I'm still writing the music. But that's for an upcoming recording project. It was a combination of songs from that, and then mostly songs from my record Hearaith, which I'll play a little bit more from that in a second. But that's music I recorded in Florida while I was attending the Robert Rauschenberg Foundation residency. And it's all songs basically about travel and sort of like wanderlust and nostalgia. So yeah, that was the first group, and I guess I'll play one more grouping of tiny songs.
Yeah,
to
please
fill
do.
out the time.
That's awesome. I wonder, before you launch into those, I'd love to get you talking a little bit about some of this.
Oh, sure.
For one, if people are interested in your forthcoming record, the EP, where might we look for that?
I think the easiest place to find everything is my website, charlierauh.com. On the homepage, there's a link to pre-order the EP that's coming out in March. And the upcoming recording project I'll have coming out later in the year, I'll have in the same place. So on my website, just charlierauh.com, one word. Yeah. You can find everything there. That's the easiest place to either stream or download if you want. Yeah.
Cool. And also, I wonder, listening to you playing, both your composing on the one hand and then your actual guitar playing, you have a pretty singular voice as a writer and as a player. And I know that you draw from a number of sources, some of them literary, and some of them musical, but you play kind of little custom built instruments for you. And, you have the sound that's kind of about that. How can you just talk to us a little bit about how you got to the point where you write the way you do and you play the instruments you do? I would be interested to hear more about that.
Yeah, I always had a hard time with acoustic guitars, like dreadnoughts or normal size acoustic guitars. I just I play really lightly, and every time I would try to play one, I just wasn't digging in enough to really get the sound, the tone to justify playing the guitar. So for years, I never played acoustic guitar. For like 20 years, I only played electric. And when I played electric, I used to play with a lot of reverb and delay and stuff because I liked the space that created. And then after a while, I just found that playing smaller or guitars like this, sort of like parlor size guitars, they just kind of suit the sound that I want to play lighter and more kind of subtle stuff, never really heavy strumming. And it just allows all the overtones to happen. So then I started thinking, oh, well, that's what I was trying to get with the reverb with an electric, is really just natural overtones on an acoustic guitar that's built to be played lightly. So it just, it just seemed like about, I guess 3 years ago now, I switched over almost completely to only playing acoustic now, just because that suits what I'm going for it. And it's kind of hard to play really lightly and quietly and still get a tone, a nice tone. So I feel like smaller guitars sort of allow for that in a way that larger ones, I'm just not good at playing them when it comes down to it. I think you have to play in a certain way to do that. We talk about, obviously I'm a huge fan of your playing as well. We've talked about, you had so many conversations about just the different things that we like about each other's approach and what we have in common with, the times we've collaborated. And, we've talked about guitarists that we really like Mary Halverson, or Molly Tuttle, both of whom play huge guitars because they have beast right hands. So it sounds great because they're just they're really getting in there, and it sounds beautiful. It doesn't sound overly aggressive or anything. It's just, they have that kind of technique and that kind of power in their playing. And that's just not my thing. So playing smaller instruments, just works better, I think.
For sure. Yeah, no, that's a great answer. Well, yeah, I'd love to hear some more songs. You said you had another kind of batch of them for us.
Yeah, I'll play another. I think that was like 6. So I'll play another 5 or 6, and just sort of like tie them together. And this will be a combination of some songs from. I put out a record last year inspired by poems by Emily and Anne Bronte. So I'm going to play some of those and weave those into some of the music from this new EP that's coming out. That's also influenced by Anne Bronte. And then maybe mix in some other stuff that I've been working on as well. So again, Dan, thanks so much for having me. This has been so much fun watching your set and everyone else's. Everybody sounds fantastic, and it's just nice to be playing a show and being in the company of other great musicians. So this is really special. Much appreciated.
Yeah, it's great to have you on. I mean, I know one thing I miss, and I think we all miss, I know you and I have talked about, it's like just the community, and like, so much of playing music is about connecting with other people. And, I feel like we all want connection in ways that we can't really have it, or that it's hard to have right now. And so I'm really excited that you and everyone else agreed to play today, because I'm really enjoying this. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and happiest of birthdays to you. I'm looking forward to hearing everyone else's sets.
Yeah, we've got some good people coming up, but right now, more Charlie Rauh. Thanks so much, Charlie.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's been too long since I've heard a bunch of those songs like live.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. This has been a lot of fun to play them. I haven't really done a whole lot of live streaming during this whole thing. So yeah, thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Definitely. Actually, I have not either. I've done a couple things here and there that friends have put on, but yeah, this is, I think, my first time putting on a thing. So
Yeah, this is great. Yeah.
yeah, really fun. Well, I mean, thanks for coming. Thanks for playing. Everyone, please check out charlierauh.com. Pre-save his next record, which is going to be killing. And yeah, I will see you later, Charlie.
Yeah, thanks so much, man. I'll be hanging.
Awesome.
All right, see ya.
Peace. Next up, we have very good friend of mine, which does not necessarily narrow it down today, but my good friend Ali Aslam, who I have the good fortune of playing with pretty often, and he's going to be playing some solo stuff today. So yeah, Ali is up next.
Hello, friends. This should look familiar. I'm Ali. I will play a couple songs for you. When I remember what it was I was going to do. A few months ago, I released a record called The Last American, and Dan was a big part of helping me put that together. He plays guitar all over it, and it's wonderful. And if you want to hear him do like kind of big heroic guitar stuff, you should check it out. You've broken your heart, you've made amends. Collected pieces made whole again. And if waging wars makes you more of a man, you fought every losing fight that you can. But you're careful to fight what's left of your faith. You fear if you win, you've made a ghost of grace. But what can you do when your sin is your pride? And can you carry a cross when your hope is a lie? And I know what you think it means, and I know what you'd want me to say. But how do you think I'd believe that it's all gonna be okay? How's it all gonna be okay? Well, the wise man offers this truth and the lies, and dares you to dig a bit deeper inside. The fool that I found was happy and whole, and he never passed the light it was sold. Now you swear that you've known so much more than you've seen, and your spirit is someone you've never been. But what can you do when your sin is your pride? Can you carry a cross when your hope is a lie? And I know, what do you think that means? And I know what you'd want me to say. But how do you think I'd believe that it's all gonna be okay? How's it all gonna be okay? Was it you that drew these lines in the sand? What do they tell you about the worth of a man? 'Cause I stumbled and found the grace that you named, and trampled lines that are washing the waves. In the mire I fell, and there I was made. In the mire I'll stay, content in my shame. 'Cause I know, what do you think it means? And I know what you'd want me to say. I don't care what you think you believe, 'cause it's all gonna be okay. It's all gonna be okay. Thank you. So we are here celebrating the slow decay of Dan Saulpaugh, and and to wish him a happy birthday. So happy birthday, Dan. I wrote this song about aging, and I thought it'd be appropriate. Because it can be a beautiful thing if you are kind of aware. This is called Seasons Change Without Permission. I might need to tune this. Hold on a second. Well-tilled hands can tell the story that any fool can read. Fingers work till dust and bone for the balance of a dream. Seasons change without permission and drag us along the way. And every day we must concede a small exchange for grace. Is it years or dreams that fade? 'Cause well, shit. Be good if I remembered all the words, right? Let's try it again. Seasons change without permission and drag us along the way. And every day we must concede a small exchange for grace. But then summer comes without the spring, wood flowers without the rain. You think if everything sings. We will skip this song and try it again when I remember how it goes. Sorry about that. It's funny because I wrote this song. And I've been playing this song for quite a while, but I haven't played it in a minute, and so I guess I just forgot how it goes. So we'll do this instead. I screamed in a dream and I woke to find my voice gone. I cried out and choked for the air escaping my lungs, until the graying that signals the light, or the panic it starts to subside. The bitter taste and the unsteady pace will just be your comfort tonight. You can't tell that anything's changed, but the air tastes wrong. There's a chill on the breeze that begins to cut through your guard, and you feel yourself starting to bend, and complacency smiles like a friend. But hope draws a breath in the dark to test your resolve. But what can you do when the word that you're given was all that you had and broke to begin with? I'll fight for you, love. I'll fight for you, love. I'll fight for you, love. Because you stood for mine and had more on the line, and I'll be damned. There's a girl standing tall on a hill with a fist in the air. She won't give up any more ground, the line's drawn there. Did you forget what freedom was for? Is there a light still on this golden door? Steal yourself friends, because this doesn't end with my hand still waiting for yours. But what can you do when the word that you're given was all that you had and broke to begin with? I'll fight for you, love. I'll fight for you, love. I'll fight for you, love. Because you stood for mine and had more on the line, and I'll be damned. This is getting rowdy. Thank you. I'm gonna try and fix something here. While we were all hanging out. So I met Dan some time ago, a long time ago. Now, like I imagine so many of you did, just kind of hanging around the music scene at open mics. And at the time, I didn't play guitar very well. I kind of still don't play guitar very well. But whatever I've learned is Dan's fault, because he taught me, or he took it upon himself, or I strong-armed him into teaching me. And for that, I'm very, very grateful. But there's a loss that we all kind of feel, I think, because there's a scene we miss, and there's a vibe that we used to live in that doesn't exist anymore. And we hope it will come back again. But this song is a little bit about that scene. And this is called "The Girl in a Corner." There's a girl in a corner with a pen to her mouth, nursing wounds she won't let you forget. And there's a boy on a bench who can't help a shaking leg when he's jonesing for his next cigarette. And they come after dark when the lights of the bar can hide the kind of day it's been. And for a nod and a beer they can disappear and face whatever waits within. Now the call goes around for a song from the crowd, and everybody rushes in. The girl waits her turn, tries to steel up her nerve with a glass full of tonic and gin. Then she sings, and she sings, and she spins him a rope made of vapor and smoke, and the beat of her heart in his head. And it's a silent thing, this kind of promising. Yeah, it's a silent thing, this kind of promising. And now the boy gets his chance to show his magic at last, pours his hopes in a song for a smile. And when he gets to that hook, she gives him a look, and he hasn't felt that in a while. And then she sings, and she sings, and She spins him a rope made of vapor and smoke, and the beat of her heart in his head. And it's a silent thing, this kind of promising. Yeah, it's a silent thing, this kind of promising. She likes the quiet, likes the dark, likes the sound of the rain. She's got that faraway thunder in her voice when she sings. And he'll be sitting by the window when her storm rolls in, just listening, just listening. I don't know if you can hear it, but I have some live applause in the background, and that feels good because I haven't had that in a very long time. So thank you. It's been a long year, hasn't it? Last year I played this show with Dan, and he and I had put a band together to launch my project, and I'm still extremely proud of what we accomplished that night. And in a lot of ways, it was the last show that a lot of people went to in New York City before the world ended. And since that time, I've released a record and written a couple of songs and done a lot of quiet thinking, which I imagine is what a lot of people are doing. Recently, I was included on a playlist called Late Night Contemplation, which I think is my entire vibe. But my point is I wrote a song about this experience of just being isolated and being disconnected. And I'll play it now. It's called Hold Me Close. Every day we bank on routine, and someone there who's hurting more than me, screaming at our screens, crying, please remember me and hold me close. Hold me close, hold me close, hold me close. I still see some light in those windows. I pretend that they left them on for me. The city's barely breathing, but I'm still believing that there's someone there holding out for me. Hold me close, hold me close, hold me close. Hold me close, hold me close. Hold me close. There's not a song in the city without a siren in the sound, and everyone a screaming prayer for some comfort to be found. Are you leaving? I'm not leaving. I will fight another round. If you hold me close, hold me close, hold me close. And I still believe that there's a song somewhere for me. And I still believe that on the far side is joy. And I can believe in you. Does your silence have a name? Does it come from grief or shame? Is there courage in the tears of a stranger? When you're writing in the dark, is there a question in your heart? Are you hoping words you find could save us? There's not a song in the city without a siren in the sound, and everyone a screaming prayer for some comfort to be found. Are you leaving? I'm not leaving. I will fight another round. If you hold me close, hold me close, hold me close. Hold me close, hold me close, hold me close. And we could find new ways to love. Yes, we could find new ways to love. I hope we find new ways to love. We need to find new ways to love. I think I got time for one more song. Thank you, and thanks to you, Kaylyn and James backstage clapping for me. That's very sweet. I've got time for one more song, so I think I'm going to do. I'm going to do this one, and hopefully this guitar is still mostly in tune. This is a song called This American Dream. It's off my debut record called The Last American. It's 12 songs about my musings on American life and a lot of other things. Anyway. Rattle around these walls and always leave the door wide open. No one comes around, but you don't want to give up hoping. You used to be so bold, the queen of every boyhood dream. You start to feel the cold, there's always someone willing to share the heat. Meet another face and take the path of least resistance. You're searching for some soul and find another room left vacant. You're working to the bone and give a whole lot more than taken. And a place to call your own, you can't remember why you're staying. You know I never believed that this American dream was ever meant to be something handed to me, but now I'm all out of hope. And if we're all out of hope, well, hold on, it's by design, and that doesn't mean I think it's right. 'Cause every phase of this race I've crossed the finish line, and every smiling face I see says I'm doing fine. So why is it taking so long for me to realize that it goes round and 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 round, and I could wait right here for you. You know I never believed that this American dream was ever meant to be something handed to me, but now I'm all out of hope. And if we're all out of hope, You know I never believed that this American dream was ever meant to be something handed to me, but now I'm all out of hope. And if we're all out of hope, there's got to be something wrong with more than just me. Thank you all. Thank you all. I think we'll have Dan back on in just a second to introduce our next guest. So thank you all very much. Oh, wait, actually, he's here. And I don't know how to add him. Do-do-do. You're just gonna have to give me a second here because a thing that we thought was gonna be seamless isn't. So Dan will be back here in just a minute. And thanks for listening. And there's loads of great acts left, and I'm really, really excited for the rest of the night. So we'll talk to you all in just a second.
Thank you so much, Ali Aslam, for sharing with us. That was awesome. Ordinarily, I would have a little bit more of a back and forth interview thing, but technology being what it is, Ali spoke very well for himself. And yeah, his record was a pleasure to work on. You know, it was him, Chris Q. Murphy, who we heard from earlier, and E.W. Harris, who produced it and played a bunch of things on it. Yeah, it was so fun playing guitars for those recording sessions, and also like helping conceive of what like the live show realization of that would be. So please check out streetlightshaman.com. Follow his stuff on social media at streetlightshaman. Yeah, The Last American. It's a record I'm really proud and excited to have been a part of, and I think sounds really cool. So yeah, thank you so much, Ali. Next up, we have another friend of mine, Kaylyn Marie, who recently put out a new single, and who I've had the pleasure of playing with a couple times, and is just a wonderful songwriter and human. I'd like to bring her on right now. Everyone, welcome Kaylyn Marie.
Hello.
Hi.
Danny boy, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Are you having a good day?
I'm having a wonderful day. I didn't realize that we were in competition with the microphones. And you have trounced me thoroughly.
No, this is just the only microphone I have.
That makes it worse. You're like, oh, I only have super vibey vintage microphones. I'm Kaylyn Marie. Oh.
No. I just had like a blues rock swing band at one point, and
yes, you did.
You know, I still have it, but you know.
Yes, you do.
We're not.
And you will have it again, past, present, and future.
Yes, and you were a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a wonderful time.
Yeah, and many more wonderful times ahead.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have some exciting things going on with some new music. It's been kind of a while since you've released anything new. I know you as an active part of like the local New York music community. But talk to me about some of the stuff that you're actually like releasing to the world recently.
Yeah, so I was knee deep in making the record with the Wildlings, my band project, and we pick up to, and I was like, man, I'm putting so much into this, and I want it to be the best it can be, but I'm also neglecting, putting out a recording of what I do when I'm just by myself, because as you know, having band projects of your own, it's a lot of responsibility, though it's completely worth it, and the investment is also worth it. It's a lot, and I was doing a lot of solo shows because I couldn't pay my dudes every time, and so I was like, I need something that's just more like me on my own without a horn section. So I fortunately reached out to Katie Buchanan, my pal, who's just an excellent, as you know, excellent music maker, excellent producer, and wonderful person.
She's brilliant at everything. She's played guitar in my band a few times, and all of her productions sound incredible.
So good. Being in the studio and just watching her work was mesmerizing. She's magic. And I was just like, how long did it take you to, she's like, I've been doing this pretty much my whole life. Not her whole life, but she's been doing it for a long time. So she really just knows the ropes and is so great at, I can only speak for myself, but she really pulled me out of my comfort zone in certain ways that made me grow. Not in a way that was just for the sake of challenge, but just really pushed my music out. So we made this EP, which is coming out May, June, and before that, a few singles are popping out, and one of them was At Work, which just came out in January. So yeah, that's kind of what that whole thing is. I was like, okay, I'm doing a lot on my own. Let's have something to show for it. And I've been performing solo for like 16 years, so I was like, I should just, what am I? But
yeah. Well, I would love to hear some of the newer stuff you're working on, either that song or any others that you'd like to share.
Yeah, I think I'm going to start with That Work since it's a bit of a reflective, somber piece, and we can like go upwards from there.
Yes, and while people are listening, where can they go and hear this?
They can hear it on any streaming platforms, and yeah, I guess that's the only answer, right? Any streaming platforms.
Good answer. I'll put a little thing in the stuff.
I was like, is there a secret place that I forgot to mention? I don't think so.
The secret place with the stuff, but we'll get to that later. All right.
Yes. All right. Thanks again. So this is At Work, which someone just described as maybe the last dance between two people. I thought that was a nice visual, so I'll offer it to you. Could you turn your head towards the sun again? The way the light hits your eyes is magic. And timing hasn't been a good friend. Invited again and again, has yet to attend. Oh, how we wait for it. I adore you, but that doesn't bring moments to time we don't have to use. I don't know all of love's ways, but I don't think it's at work here, babe. If you let me go, I will do the same. Could you play that song we both love to sing?
and melodies is mystifying. And patience has been our best friend, pushed away, but always comes back in the end. Oh, how we tire it, you adore me, but that doesn't bring change to things we don't get to choose. I don't know all of life's ways, but I don't think it's at work here, babe. If you let me go, I will do the same. I don't know all of love's ways, but I don't think it's at work here, babe. If you let me go, I will do the same. If you let me go, I will do the same.
Oh, yay! Hi again.
Hey.
Thank you for being my audience today.
Oh, my pleasure. Great tune. So I wonder, one thing I've been asking people about is, like, you know, the last year has been such an odd thing for everyone. And there's other words I could use than odd, but I'll use that one for now. You know, and we've all dealt with it differently. Like, I think a lot of people have written more, a lot of people have written less, a lot of people have, you know, like, there's been so many ways to react to this as people who create things. What's the last year been like for you?
Honestly, when the pandemic hit, I went home. I was fortunate to go home to my father's, and I was planning on being away for a month. So I was like, just kind of learning piano, really wanting to get into it. I brought my keyboard and thinking, oh my gosh, a month, work was closed for a month. You know, there were some optimistic views floating around where it sounded like it's going to be under control if we really, you know, keep to ourselves for this month. So the fear of it, though very large, was still at that point a question too, like, oh, how much of this is anxiety and how much of this is reality? And so I thought I was going to be writing, and it just wasn't happening. I was really enjoying the quality time I had with my dad and my brother, and realizing that that isn't something I've had for years being in New York. And it started to kind of sit me down in a good way, where I was realizing my happiness is a lot more attainable and closer than I've been making it with the hustle of the city. And, you know, it's like, I mean, how many times was I like, Dan, I just want to go up to your house and hang out with you and your lady and like learn about pedals. And then like, it just wouldn't happen because in New York, you're working, you're running, you're working, you're running. And I had no idea.
And then you crash sometimes and you like can't socialize.
Yes, and you're sick and you have to cancel your gigs, and then you're like,
yeah,
this is living. And yeah, I just was feeling a lot like I need to do it. I had this opportunity to do a self-check because I'm fortunate to be safe and healthy right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did. I was just kind of focusing on the people I love, and I was also realizing my relationship with music needed some fixing.
I get that.
Yeah.
For sure. I was, you know, on the one hand, right, like at the week of the pandemic, like that it started with the lockdown and everything, you know, I felt like I was really starting to like crest with, you know, your career kind of goes in like troughs and like stuff. Like I had just had like a moment of kind of rapid growth and was just like getting to enjoy that. Like I was playing a lot of gigs. And that week I had like 5 really cool gigs, just that first week of everything being shut down. Like I was playing City Vineyard with my project, and then I was playing a bunch of other venues I was really excited about with projects I was really excited about. And I had to cancel like 5 gigs that week. And it was terrible. But I was also so burned out. from hustling for so hard for so many years in New York, and like it will definitely chew you up and spit you out in ways that aren't healthy, you know. So I definitely hear you, and I think a lot of us feel that.
Yeah. Well, man, I'm sorry that you went through that like domino effect of gigs just being canceled left and right, and that whole shift. Because some people who were kind of like leaning out of music for a bit were like, "Wait, I was just about to go, get started and whatever." And but I mean, it's like I feel like I was just speaking to a singer-songwriter who just came in contact with in Canada actually, and they were saying that like they haven't been writing much and they were almost apologizing for it, and I was like, I've just been trying to remember that it's called playing music, like playing. It's not called pursuing or pressuring or whatever you want to say. I mean, yes, good to be goal oriented, good to have plans and take action with it, but I just wasn't having fun at that point because I was like you, kind of just having these ebbs and flows of burnout and yay, it's going somewhere, and then oh my gosh, wait, rent, it's just, which not complaining. It's a rhythm we choose, right? And it was like the pandemic was a moment to choose a different rhythm, and I'm really glad that I was leaning out a bit of the pressure. But of course, releasing music is in the digital era is its own race, and so
well, not focusing too much on the absurdity of navigating indie music as artists releasing stuff. I would just love to hear another song right now.
Sure.
Yeah, what do you got?
I'm gonna play a song that actually you might have played with us with the Wildlings at one point. Since that last one was more about maybe the end of a relationship, this is about that moment right before you're going to say I love you to a person for the first time, and you totally chicken out.
I love this song. I've definitely played this.
Oh, thanks, Dan. Let me make sure I'm tuned, though. I miss being at gigs, watching gigs, and hearing people say things like, "This is a song called Tuning." No one's here to make fun of me for that joke. Hopefully you're on the other side of this. All right, this is called The Words.
It's quiet now, but this man isn't loud. This heart's in a race, blood in his face. Courage, come, don't let this moment be done. I don't want to run, wanna breathe. I wanna speak. Oh, what a mess I could make to say the words I need to say, the words I wanna let slip after this kiss, the words so true, the words I oh, come on now, steady those feet, let your eyes on me, hold open your hand, let it be taken. Oh, bravery be, don't let this moment leave without me breathing. Speaking. So it's a less worth making. To say the words I need to be saying, the words I'm gonna let slip after this kiss. The words so true. The words I love you because I do. I love you.
Gorgeous. I love that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's a Wildling song, but who knows? Who cares?
Yeah. I mean, when the Wildlings play it, it can be a Wildlings song, and then it can maybe be other things.
Yeah, I miss them. I miss
Oh,
them. I
me
miss
too.
you. I miss everyone. What was
Right? I just want to play a gig and then go to IHOP until like 4 a.m. That's what I want.
That is one of my favorite. Okay, being in New York for 13 years, one of my favorite pictures taken in all those years is the series we took at IHOP, because there's just so much like relaxation, but also giddiness and goofiness and fatigue, because it was 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
and we were just consistently surprised. Like, we're at IHOP. We're at IHOP. We're at IHOP right now.
I know, at that like weird sketchy IHOP on like 14th Street.
Yeah.
It's so funny, like, because all of us, you know, have been in New York for a long time and like are really active in doing our things, and that definitely stands out to me as one of the really fun, like, after a gig hangout experiences, you know.
Oh man, I'm honored. And that was my first and only Bowery Electric show. So
Was it really?
Yeah. It was. I mean, I was intending to do another, but you know, things happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I wonder, you know, as I've been listening to people today and stuff, you know, everyone like has such a different, really personal journey in terms of like what they love, what they loved when they were younger, like how they got into music, why, you know, like what we're listening to now. And so I wonder, as like a songwriter and a performer, one, who are like maybe one or two of your like really formative people who you loved, artists who you really liked, you know, when you were younger, who like kind of sparked that passion. And I wonder who's maybe one or two people who like you're really into, who's contemporary.
Oh, okay. Well, one formative inspiration is one that I know we share, which is Glenn Hansard.
Who I came to much later, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I had never. I mean, I watched once when it came out, like the movie, but I kind of missed it. And then a lot of my friends who are Irish singer-songwriters like talked to me about how like the Frames were a big deal for them growing up. And then I kind of in my like mid-20s was like, oh, the Frames are cool. Oh, that's that guy from Once. Oh, Glenn Hansard's a thing. And so that's kind of like a recent one, but he's awesome. I really love him.
Yes. I mean, I was writing music before I had learned of him. Similar, I think I was 17 when I saw him perform as the duo for Once, Swell Season, and I was just stunned. It was a beautiful performance, and it was so intimate, and yet the room was packed. It was a sold out show. I think it was the 930 Club in Baltimore or DC. Oh my God, I'm mixing things up, but. Yeah, and I remember when we met, you and I, it was because we were watching the movie. I was fortunate to be in with Haley, and we talked to Glenn Hansard, and I was like, "No, you don't understand. I'm such a fan." And you were like, "Look at me, like I look like it." we were like, you know, goofily being like, "No, I'm a bigger fan. No, I'm a bigger fan because I look like it."
I do remember that. Oh man, and also like what a like douchey thing to say. Like, no, look at my beard. Look at it. I love Glenn Hansard more.
It was perfect, and that was the first time I heard you play. And that was extremely memorable moment. I just remember drinking that hot spiced wine, and
Yeah.
we watched
At Haley's apartment.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Haley.
Oh, I miss her.
I know.
Come back to New York. Just kidding. LA's probably really good for you.
She's doing awesome things.
Yeah.
Every time she pops up on the socials, I'm like, yes. It's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Exciting.
Definitely. Well, I think it's cool. Like,
I didn't answer the question fully, but please continue.
no, that's fine. I'm just like very excited. So yeah, cool. Glenn Hansard is like a formative one. So you heard Glenn Hansard in the Swell season when you were 17, and that was like a big deal. And that's cool. That's actually really cool. I think you win the Glenn Hansard argument despite. Who's someone like contemporary who you like are into and excited by, or someone old who you're just like really into right now?
Right now, I really have found a liking for this singer-songwriter from the UK named Orla Gartland. She just does these really cool, lyrically very candid, kind of indie pop songs, and they just get stuck in my head, and I keep keeping tabs on her, and she does so much on her own. Like, she has her own studio, and she's been really just putting out great stuff. Yeah, that's been someone recently, and just in a bridge to Glenn Hansard, I think he was like the male version of what I saw in Jewel, which was definitely my first big influence, being a teenager with a guitar and a woman. So
yeah,
I just feel like I can't talk about influences without mentioning Jewel. And I'm talking about Pieces of You because that record is still one of the best.
It really is. I listened to that a few years back, like again, like I kind of went back to it, and I'm like, oh, there's some cool stuff here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I am. And just keeping tabs on everyone who was in the New York community, is in the New York community. People are releasing some new stuff, and it's been exciting to witness them letting it out in the world, and also hear the stories about them. And just, it's like everyone is still evolving, whether you're putting out music or you're at home going through your own process of any kind. You know, it's been cool to catch glimpses on social media, at least, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I wonder if you wouldn't grace us with one more song while you're here.
Sure, I would love to.
Cool.
I am trying to get better at piano, since it's basically a pandemic instrument for me. But I wrote this song because I am very in love, which is a funny place for a songwriter to be, since I came to songwriting with a broken heart, but it's been wonderful to learn I can have a very full, happy heart and write songs too. So this is one I haven't recorded yet, and I've only played once in front of other people. So thank you for being the second audience. Lately I've been waking early, but I don't get out of bed. Just fix the pillow for your head. I kiss your shoulders and the back of your neck. What a thing it is to hear your breath. See, there are times I open my eyes when I lay by your side, and I think I know why. I know. I don't wanna sleep. Life awake is better than the dream. I'm too it off all I get to see. I don't wanna sleep. Lately I've been waking through the night. I blame it on coffee, but that's half a lie.
wiggling your toes. What I think it is to just be this close. See, these times I open my eyes when I lay by your side, because I can't deny your. I don't wanna see life awake is better than a dream. I turn off all I get to see. I don't wanna sleep. I'd rather be tired the rest of my days than lose a moment of our ways. I know it's strange, but sleep never felt so in vain. I don't wanna sleep. Life awake is better than a dream. Turn off all I get to see. I don't wanna sleep.
Thank you for listening to that, because I messed up so many times. But that's okay. It feels like I'm back in like at an open mic or something. You need to do it. You need to like get it out, you know?
Yeah. Absolutely. Sounded great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming on and singing and hanging out. I mean, it's just great to like hang, you know?
Yes. Thank you for making it a hang. Thank you for choosing to celebrate your birthday with so much love and community, something that, you know, I know we all miss a lot. So thank you.
Yeah, well, I think we all crave this kind of thing. Like this was so much of the good stuff. You know, it seemed like a good excuse to do something. So you sound beautiful, and it's awesome to catch up with you.
Thank you. It was great to catch up with you too, Dan. Have a great
Where is the best place for people to listen to you and stream your stuff or buy it?
Honestly, streaming, probably, you know, Apple Music, Spotify, iTunes, whatnot. And then as far as socials, Instagram is where I'm most concentrated. Slowly making the shift to TikTok, but I haven't really done anything on there yet. So, yeah.
Cool. Well, check out Kaylyn Marie at work and all of her other awesome stuff and our future TikTok collaborations that we haven't talked about yet, but
I would love that. You have to help me. I'm so lost. I get on there and I'm like, what is this?
I know, me too. Mine is like the most pedantic, like guitar nerd stuff ever. So we should help each other.
Yes, let's do it.
Great. Well, great to see you, and have a good night.
You too, man. Happy birthday.
Thank you. All right. Up next, another dear friend, TALAY.
Oh!
Hey!
I was wondering how exactly that was going to go. You know what I mean? This whole scene and spiel, and then here I am now. It's popped on.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Dan!
Thank you. It's good to see you.
It's great to see you. This is amazing that you put this whole thing together.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw you like physically was at that Workbird Collective thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like not that long before everything shut down, right?
No, it was late that winter.
Yeah, I remember. That was so fun, though. I remember everyone coloring in their Workbirds, and with the little briefcases. Or maybe that was just me. And did we draw the work birds or did we color them in? We drew them.
You had to draw your own work bird. So to anyone who has no idea what we're talking about, a few of our friends, Joe Boover, Sophie Avidane, Wesley Tunison, I'm thinking of too many things right now. There's people whose names I'm not remembering, but a bunch of people.
I don't know.
Yeah, did like a bunch of house shows and things in Harlem at their apartment, and was awesome. I played a couple of them. Megan played at a couple of them. All really, really wonderful people. And if you performed, you had to draw a thing of your. You had to create a work bird to be part of the Workbird Collective. And I think mine was an owl, which felt fitting. Yeah.
You're old. You're wise. You're old.
I have glasses. I feel like owls have glasses.
You have glasses. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So how has music been for you?
I'm adjusting my lighting. How is this? Music's been, the thing that kind of keeps me going, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, it's been up and down, though, honestly, because I've had my struggles with it. I don't know if you feel this way, but I actually can remember in Instagram or something that you posted about, like, practicing in the park. And I was like, oh, God, Dan's practicing. I'm not practicing. I should be practicing. Because kind of I've been writing my way through the feels a little bit more than practicing and shedding and stuff. How music's been, and I've done a handful of remote or distance gigs here and there. So those are always like kind of a motivator and a balm when they come. Yeah,
definitely. I feel like though the opposite side of it, like I've had such a challenging time writing in the last year, and recently I've written a couple new songs and I feel really good about that, but like I have not been in a place to be writing. And so for me, like practicing is like, I have a hard time meditating and I don't really do yoga, but like practicing some like Bach and some like scales and some like it just puts me in that same like meditative mindset. So for me, like shedding, it's not so much like, this thing as much as it's like self-care, and I feel like we all have our own version of that.
For me, that is writing, actually.
Yeah.
Like I was bummed out the other day and I'm going to finish this song, I don't even know if it's great. And then I'll do a thing where I'll like send it to a friend. And it's like, if she's like, oh, it's just kind of a way for me to be like, look, this is how I feel. Like this is, whereas literally you talking about shedding and practicing is making me stressed out and wanting to like hang up this call and like go put a metronome on.
No. Don't do that.
I know. I'm joking. I'm just saying that I feel I have like guilt about it and I want to get a little bit, because it does even me out. It does make me feel like I'll have a better day if I just shed for like 15 or 20 minutes in the morning.
Yeah.
But I won't hang up. I'm not going to hang up.
Okay. Yeah, no.
But I have been writing a whole bunch. So I kind of like, I made a list of songs. I don't know how many I'll end up playing with our chats and stuff, but I kind of like, I don't know what I'm going to play. I'm kind of like going to try out some new stuff and see how it goes.
Yeah, well, I've been kind of doing this differently with everyone depending on what they're into, but I was thinking I'll just pass this to you. You can play, and then maybe the last like few minutes I'll pop back on and we can chit chat.
Sure. Okay.
Awesome.
Well, you tell me what I should play though. Like, do you want to hear a song?
Guitar.
Okay, never mind. I hate when I ask this. I'm like, what kind of song do you want to hear? I just like want to put the onus on somebody else. Like, I'm gonna play my newest song that I actually just put out.
Right. I want to hear the song that your heart is singing right now.
Oh, the song that my heart is singing is, actually it's just Bowling for Soup on repeat at all times in my.
Checks out.
Yeah, I know, right? No, I'll play a song for my niece that I wrote when she was born. Actually, I wrote it before she was born, I think. But it's called Wild Summer, and it's for, my niece was born on June 21st, and we were, my brother and sister-in-law, her parents, my niece's parents, both had COVID in April, when it was kind of scarier to have COVID, and we were all kind of, it was just a crazy time, and it was a tough time, obviously, right? But, like, anyway, I wrote her this little tune. It's on Bandcamp right now if anyone wants to buy it.
Cool. And before you start playing, as you'd like to point people places to your stuff, where should people listen to you?
I mean, Spotify and Bandcamp. Bandcamp is nice if you want to throw some money my way.
Cool.
Yeah, and Spotify. I would say, yeah, look up TALAY Tally, but there's actually a couple of us. So you can always also just search I Hope Your Band Goes Nowhere, because I'm the only person who has a song by that name.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to hear this one.
Thanks, Dan. So here we go. It was a wild summer when you were born. The streets were blazing in more ways than one. It was a righteous bummer to have to wait. I'd take my test and sit for 5 to 10 days. There were a lot of people who had it worse. Know that you're lucky and so loved from the first. And everything was worth it to hold your hand. After all, nothing ever goes as you plan. I was broken hearted. Nana's faith restarted. And we said, boy, aren't we gonna love her this wild summer. You were his first gift on his first Father's Day. My only brother, he's a wonder, we say. Your mother and your mother's mother were strong when drives were distant and when nights grew long. We were 6 feet apart and eating meals in the garden. And we said, boy, aren't we gonna love her this wild summer. Someday we'll look back, if we are lucky enough to, how through these dark days we kept our gaze fixed on you. You may never understand, but you can look back and wonder this wild summer. That wild summer. This wild summer. I heard a little ping there, so I'm gonna turn on my do not disturb. That was a fun one. Yeah. Bandcamp, if you want to check this baby out. I've got all my stuff up there. And it's funny, I have now the urge to like go back and play older tunes because that's what reminds me of like playing music in the context of Dan Saulpaugh. Like always playing my silly songs that I used to play, you know, back when I saw him more. So I'm actually kind of inclined to play Parents' House, which is like a tune from years ago. It feels so old right now.
Can I throw in a fun fact about this song?
Please.
I believe there's a music video for it. Is there not?
Are you in it?
Psh, am I in your music video, Megan TALAY? Yes.
I'm sorry. It feels like a lifetime ago, and I'll be honest, I block it out a little bit because I'm straight in it, and it does not feel like me anymore. I know so many people it doesn't feel like it's all Meg, like it's all Meg TALAY. It's like it's the person that you know and knew, but I cringe, and so I literally I haven't watched it. I don't really point people to it, but it is amazing and fun, despite my heterosexuality at the time. And
right, that does make sense. Also, I'm not offended at all. I was just excited to be in your music video. Like, I felt really cool about that
at the time, right?
At the time, but yeah, we will pretend it never happened.
No, we love it. It's great.
Okay, it's awesome.
Memory. I love that you were at my house and everyone else, along with my aunts, and I had all these crazy actors playing my parents. Like, it was a really fun time. I think I maybe did knee-jerk make that excuse because I was like, oh no, Dan is mad that I don't remember whether or not he was in it.
No, not at all. I have a thing, real quick before you get into your next thing, where after shows, like, my brain is kind of fried because it's performing, it's a really intense thing. And apparently I've had deep, profound conversations with people that have stayed with them. And then, like, a couple years later, they'll come to a gig and be like, man, I remember that one time, like, you gave me that advice and I didn't break up with my fiance and now we've been married for 3 years. This happened once. And I was like,
that's amazing.
Hey, man, nice to see you again.
I feel so much about that. My first thing is, like, I remember meeting you and conversing, like, really kind of more deeply than I would have thought. Like, initially, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I remember having, like, a longer conversation with you, and that's why I think I remember becoming friends with you so well, because it wasn't just like, oh, we met in passing a couple times. Like, I remember, like, meeting you and, like, becoming friends.
Was it at Silvana in, like, 2013?
I think it might have been, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That was fun. That was a good show. I think Ray...
And my second thought when you said that story was like, I should really ask Dan for advice more often.
Just don't hold it against me when I have no recollection of this profound thing I told you about your life.
That's for the best. That's going to be for the best.
Cool. Because I think this guy felt weird that I had no idea who he was, and apparently I saved his marriage.
That's quite amazing. Okay, wait. Should I play... Now, it's nice to have a person on the line. Should I play Parents' House? Should I go way back, or should I do some new shit?
I'm all about the new shit. If, somehow, like, reclaiming Parents' House would be fun, then sure.
Yes, but it's fine.
Okay, cool.
I literally was like, I'm thinking about Dan now.
No. So I've been to your parents' house, been there, done that, moving on.
Been there, done that, moving on to a bit of a breakup song, perhaps. How about that?
All right. I'm excited.
Yeah. This is good. Keep on popping on.
I will.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's funny because, like, on Instagram Live, you see everybody and you see their faces. I'm, like, not conscious of who's here or who's not here. Which is also fine, but sometimes I like to feed up with that. You know what I mean? I'm a very, like, audience-oriented performer.
Yeah, it's odd. I think people don't realize we're simulcasting to a few places, and so we have this, like, creator studio, which it's a very different interactive experience.
Right. There's probably more people on the Facebook one or something. But anyway, I'm gonna play.
Cool.
The song is called Forever Now. Forever Now. Here we go. New inspiration, a cold vacation, battles down your bed, planets returning, lots of learning, kisses on your head. The weight of loss will lighten, our feet are on the ground. I needed to be kind, just show me how. And you will be in my heart forever now. Two seasons changing, we're rearranging boxes by the door. Unpack, start over, or lean in closer. Sometimes less is more. We mean the words we're saying to keep the ones we found. You taught me I could play right out loud, and you will be in my heart forever now. It's like my love has grown 3 times the size. In your eyes, in your eyes. New inspiration, a warm sensation seeps into the ground. Text message morning, winter is warning, but the sun is out for now. We made the best of this mess, as best as time allowed. And baby, we're not done yet. No way, no how. 'Cause you will be in my heart forever. You'll be in my heart. Oh, you will be in my heart forever now. Got a little cough in there. A little tickle in my throat that I wrote out for that one. So that's newish. That's like some pandemic writing. And I think I might throw in some more pandemic tunes.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So you said like you've been someone who's really enjoyed writing, or not enjoyed maybe, but like you have gone to writing over the pandemic.
Yeah.
Which is funny because a few people, myself included today, have been like, it's been a hard year to like write a thing.
Well, you know what's funny is that like I think I have had ebbs and flows of it. But overall, and then I get angsty about it, and I get like, I never really seem to have a shortage of like song seeds, like startings and maybe not things that get finished. And like earlier on in the pandemic, oh sorry, I have a little tickle here. It was definitely more like trying to break in my bedroom studio and maybe write like just hook ideas or like stuff that I could maybe see being like licensing, because that's something I always think about but never have like fully wholeheartedly pursued. But actually I've done some work with some friends and stuff that's gotten signed to libraries and stuff like that. So like
Cool.
Yeah, it's like it's part of the game for me. Yeah, but then recently, I've just had a couple of personal life turnover events that have really spurred a lot of new tunes, and then I decided I want to record, and I'm gonna record in April and the spring, and you know what I mean. Like, I ended up like I got really depressed in the winter, you know, like January, like,
Same.
and really, yeah. I mean, no shit, right? Like, I don't know, it's been a hard time. And
yeah, how could you not?
Right. And one thing that I was like doing was like making myself crank out finished tunes, and it was really the thing that was like making me feel like accomplished. And I ended up with a Google Drive folder of like 30 plus songs or so, like to be considered for the next like TALAY project or whatever.
Yeah. See, that's awesome. And it's funny because I feel like, you know, we're talking about like you going to writing and me going to practicing. Like I've had such a hard time writing, but like, you know, for the first time, like in my practicing, like I've played through in the last year, you know, the Bach solo sonatas and partitas, like a bunch of times through, which a few years ago I would have had time to. It would have just seemed impractical. But now just as part of my practicing, I'm like, there's so much great language in here, you know, and but like not writing so much. So I feel like everyone's got their own
trouble.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like their own pro and their own con, you know?
Of course. Right. And I feel like maybe we could all stand to have a little bit more of the other if we feel like that way. You know what I mean? Because for me, it's been like I had to spend so much time kind of like practicing pre-pandemic, and I was like getting all this work as a guitar player, which is great, but like I always felt that void of like you know, my songwriter heart. And I think that now it's like it feels it's not like it feels like super practical or useful. It just feels like I can, I guess, do a bunch more writing.
Yeah. Which is awesome.
A lung over here. But maybe I'll do a tune about kind of like being sad during the pandemic.
Nice. I played like 2 of those, so fantastic.
Fantastic. I hope that I have like actually 2 of those in my head that I'm deciding between. But yeah, I think I'm gonna give one a shot called January.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not getting anything done anyway. Might as well sit back, watch the skies go black. Put some record on, let the music play. Light a candle to one I bought for you. I'm not getting out of here anytime soon or later still, so I'll dig my heels, sit at my window watching the trains roll by, like a memory, like you and me. Ooh. I've been sleeping like an angel, even though I sleep alone. I go out at night and I forget my phone. January. January. I'll be pouring it till the bottle's dry. 'Cause that's how you know you're done. Turn it in for the night, young one. Sit at my window watching those trains roll by, like a ghost in the night of a former life. Ooh. I've been sleeping like an angel, I've been sleeping all alone. I've been keeping just to myself and my home. January. January. There's a sweet relief that comes from breaking down. Some strange solace in the silence at the bottom of a well. So give me shade, so give me space, little place to hide away. I just need a little peace, 'cause it's not letting up on me this January. I'm not getting anything done anyway. I'm not getting anything done anyway. Stop it. Cut it.
Dan, save me.
Megan, I got you. You're good. Okay. Deep breaths.
Ask me a question. Oh, does that ever happen to you when you're like, you get that tickle in your throat and you're like, ugh, I cannot be saved at this moment.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever been playing a show with your band and you get a third of the way through the song and you're like, I've really got a cough or sneeze or something?
Only rarely, but yes.
Yeah, it's only happened a couple times, but the couple times it's happened have been terrifying. Because I'm there's nothing I can do, and it's very distracting. And if I, The
thing that happens more often, but is the easier sidestep, is the burp sing. The sing burp.
Oh, yeah.
You're at a gig and you just had dinner, or you're drinking beers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's the most common thing that will happen to me is I'll have to burp, but that's the easiest thing to sing through.
Yeah, that never bothers me, because you can manage that.
A cough or a sneeze, you're screwed. And I'm done anyhow, right? Time-wise. So I made it.
Yeah. Great tune. I really like that.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for telling me, because that's one of the ones that's on the chopping block, kind of, depending,
Well, I'm curious, and maybe fitting you into one kind of musical box or the other isn't the right way to ask this, but when I initially met you way back, we were both kind of doing straightforward singer-songwriter things, more or less.
That's true.
We definitely both met as kind of these folky or folk adjacent singer-songwriter types. And then I kind of went much more how do I blend jazz fusion into that? And I was, in jazz school. And then you kind of went this punk rock direction and, total guitar power trio stuff.
Yeah.
But hearing some of your stuff now, I mean, it's very songwriter-y, Yeah. I wonder if you're thinking of a recording project or next steps with your band or any of that. Is it kind of more songwritery, or does that get translated into more heavy-hitting rock stuff, or do we not know yet?
I think it's more we're going to find out together for sure. I think based on what I've written, I was just talking to my dudes yesterday on Zoom and figuring out what we're going to do. But I literally, like I said, I have a lot of new material. I might go ahead and make a double EP or a double album where I do 5 to 10 songs at home and then 5 to 10 songs in the studio. And it'll, I think all of it will end up feeling, especially the home stuff, folkier,
Yeah.
But the other stuff, I think it's just more a middle point. You know what I mean? I'm kind of split. I'm starting to split the difference more. This has been my medium over the last whatever, because, that's what I have in my house rather than my full band, so I think stuff is coming out a lot folkier. I'm not in a practice room as much with a pedal board or whatever.
Right.
But I think it'll split the difference a little. It'll just be indie rock with some harder elements and some more singer-songwriter-y elements, I think.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. And it's great to hear some new stuff from you. It's really cool writing.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And I hopefully we'll see each other in real life at some point soon.
Yes, I did just get my second vaccine dose.
Amazing.
Yeah, because I teach a lot, and so that got me in. I mean, I do think there should have been a lot of people probably ahead of me who got it before I did, but I'm not in charge of that.
We're all better off for having, with you have, and the more people that get vaccinated, the better.
Yes.
So that's
absolutely
good. Happy birthday, dude.
Thank you so much. Thank you for playing, and it was great to see you.
It was amazing to see you too. I appreciate this, and I'm gonna stick around for whoever's next.
Cool. Yeah, we got Fort Vine and Scout up.
Oh yeah.
So check out talay.bandcamp.com. And good night.
Good night. Mwah.
Mwah. Oh, wrong one. Joke's on you. You have to host now. No, just kidding. All right. That was Megan Talley, everyone. Next up, I would like to bring up two good friends of mine whose band is awesome. And I know way back we've definitely split at least one bill together in New York, but they are now living all over the place, and we'll hear more about that. But this is Fort Vine. Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
So good.
Fantastic. I mean, I've just gotten to listen to like a day's worth of friends play awesome music.
That is so sweet. Yeah.
That's a good way to spend your birthday.
It's been fun. We've been tuning in too the whole day.
Cool, man. So you guys have a very interesting backdrop.
Yeah, we are in the middle of the desert out here in Arizona.
But we have cell phone reception, so we could be here, which is great.
We actually hiked up to the top of this hill, which is why it's kind of windy right now, so we're going to have to deal with the wind. But
I put my sock on one side of my phone so that it would hopefully take care of that. But if it is breezy every once in a while, we're really sorry. We can't do anything about Mother Nature out here.
Yeah, we're boondocking in our bungalow van. And
there's like a crowd of 30 frat boys right next to our van right now, so we hiked far away from them so that it would be more quiet for this.
Cool. Well, no, it sounds great, and like the vibe is unbeatable. It's a very, very cool visual. So yeah, you guys live out of Gypsy Bungalow, and you guys kind of live all over the place.
We do.
Yeah, wherever our van takes us.
Yeah, that is beautiful. I'm so into that.
It's pretty sweet. We're really digging this lifestyle. It's especially this time, it's nice. I'm sorry, Dan, that you're in New York City throughout this pandemic, but it's been nice for us to kind of not be in a major city and just be out and about in the road and in nature. We feel very lucky.
We do feel very lucky that we get to do this. It's been
very cool.
Good. Even though, we would much rather be playing live shows with people like everybody else wishes they could.
Mm-hmm.
Living the van life is a good way to spend this crazy year that we've had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and you guys, I mean, we all know each other from New York, but like you guys have in some of your more recent music, especially, really been drawing from like your experiences with being in nature so much more. I know you just put a record out fairly recently. That's awesome. And I think you guys have been writing, if I'm not mistaken, some stuff based on your experiences with nature. So I'd love to hear more about that and hear some of those songs and maybe just pass it over to you.
Great.
Sweet.
Yeah, we actually want to play some of the new stuff for your birthday, if you want to hear some of the new stuff.
Yeah, we've got a few new ones that we really have grown attached to that we like. They're just about our adventures out here in the desert. And as far as like the old album goes, a lot of those songs were inspired when we were touring out on the road. We had just gotten done with the West Coast tour, and we were recording, and that was it 2 winters ago that we were recording, and that's when everything shut down and our next tour had been canceled. So we're like, well, we might as well just keep recording and record like an epic album and spend a lot of time on this. And so we took that time to make Primordial Mirror of Cosmic Reflection what it is. And this time has been kind of equally the same. We just feel very blessed to have so much free time in nature to be inspired,
get creative
and write music.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah. Do you want to hear one of the new ones?
Yes, please.
All right, cool.
Right on.
So we cook in our van, we have a little camp stove, and a lot of times it's fun to cook in the skillet and then just the two of us eat straight out of the skillet. We don't plate the food.
That way we don't have to wash the dishes.
It's easier, it conserves on water. So we wrote this tune inspired by that, and it's called Sizzlin' Skillet.
Sizzlin' Skillet. We're going to post this. We did a little video of this for a talent show, and we're going to post it on our Instagram later. So if you like it and you want to hear it again, you can check out our Instagram page at Fort Mine. All right. Eating dinner out of a sizzling skillet, make it nice and spicy, yeah. Got some flavor and I think you will dig it. Go ahead now, why don't you take a bite? Oh, it's so good, I love it, and I can't get enough of it. Don't be do. Don't be do. Oh, it's so good, I love it, and I can't get enough of it, yeah. When you tell me it's the best thing you tasted, makes me feel so good inside. Home cooking out on the open road. Go ahead now, why don't you take a bite? Oh, it's so good, I love it, and I can't get enough of it, yeah. Don't be do. Don't be do. Oh, it's so good, I love it, and I can't get enough of it, yeah. Table is set for two. Nothing's better than sharing a meal with you. It's true. It's true. It's la-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. La-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's la-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. La-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. Oh, it's so good, I love it, and I can't get enough of it, yeah. Don't be do. Don't be do. Oh, it's so good, I love it, and I can't get enough of it, yeah. Eating dinner out of a sizzling skillet. Go ahead now, why don't you take a bite? Yeah! Sizzling Skillet. That is our song, Sizzling Skillet.
That's a brand new one.
Spanking.
Hot off the press. Hot off the skillet.
Hope you guys like it. We got another new one, but that was in an open D tuning, so I'm going to tune up real quick.
Nice.
For those of you who are keen to the 432, we're playing in 432 hertz, which is the frequency that makes water dance. And our bodies are like
mostly water.
Mostly water. So I hope we're making your body dance. Your cells.
The regular tuning is 444, right?
440.
Oh, 440.
Yeah. So 432 resonates with the water molecules
more
than 440.
It makes beautiful shapes. If you have like a tray, like a square tray of water with a plate.
You can look it up on YouTube.
What is that called? Like something sympathetic resonance.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Anyway.
You can look up videos on YouTube, 432 hertz. It's kind of hard to hear the difference, but I think you can feel the difference.
Yeah. We recorded Primordial Mirror of Cosmic Reflection in 432.
Except for the very first song.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the very first song was
We wanted to bridge everybody in from 440.
What we're used to hearing you things.
And then the rest of the album is in 432.
Be sweetie, be sweet.
Boy, when you tune out this guitar, it just.
We're
is
also
like...
in the desert, so everything just kind of gets dried out. Do you want to say hi to everybody?
All right, that sounds good. All right, this is another new tune that we wrote. This was inspired when we were out in the Kofa National Wildlife Refuge, which is covered in these quartz gemstones. And where we are now is also covered in quartz gemstones. And so the name of this song is called Land of the Gemstones. And that feels like where we are is the land of the gemstones.
Can you see Kuda?
Yeah, there you go. There she is. So, yeah. So this song is a new one, brand new. Gonna be on our next album, probably. Maybe it's gonna be the single.
Yeah.
Title track.
Yep, title track.
We'll see. Land of the Gemstones. Taking it just one day at a time, living the life out on the road, watching the sun rise up from the hills, stirring the valley all aglow, covered in the dust of the desert, hidden in the land of the gemstones. Ain't nobody else out here but us, singing, hey, let's start a fire in the night, gather the wood and burn it bright. All of the stars are shining above, watching us come together as one. Covered in the dust of the desert, hidden in the land of the gemstones. Ain't nobody else out here but us, singing, hey, ah, hey, ah, hey, ah. Ain't nobody else out here but us, singing, hey, oh, living in the land of the desert, covered in the dust of the gemstones. Ain't nobody else out here but us, singing, hey, ah.
I like what you
Alright,
did there.
yeah.
At the end.
Little dyslexia moment there.
No, that was good.
It's a brand new tune though, so.
Yeah, that's actually the first time we've ever played it, like in front of a phone.
Oh, I need my capo.
And you.
I need my capo. Would you mind grabbing my capo?
Yeah, I can grab your
I thought
capo.
I had it.
I got you.
I don't have my capo.
Here you go.
There it is. This is actually Taylor Rich's capo. We made a tradesies.
Thanks, Taylor Rich.
And
It's been with
it's
us all
an
along.
interesting capo. It's my backup. I left the other one in the van. All right, this is the title track off of our newest album that we released called Primordial Mirror of Cosmic Reflection. blowing through my mind, thoughts from other times. Lord, does it ever empty? When I lay down, I dream about tidal waves coming at me. The tide is coming back. Just remember that it's gonna come rushing in and lift us up from within. And here it comes. I can hear the wind dancing in the trees and see stars in the distance, headed up that way. One of these days, you and me and the dog in the backseat. Riding on the upswing, the light is coming back. Just remember that it's gonna come rushing in and lift us up from within. It's back again. Ooh, let's go. Primordial mirror of cosmic reflection. I am the primordial mirror of cosmic reflection. That is our single, Primordial Mirror of Cosmic Reflection.
Off of our new album, Primordial Mirror of Cosmic Reflection.
We try to do that one justice when we play it acoustically.
Lay down, please.
You got to check out the recording on Spotify or iTunes or fortbind.com.
Ooh, fortbind.com.
I think we're still in tune.
Sweet.
Pretty good. All right. 5:21. Looks like we got time for maybe two more.
Great.
Let's play.
Days Ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We-
This is on the same album. that
We
were just
have live versions of both of these songs on the front page of our website. So if you like the live version with just acoustic guitar, you can check it out on fortbind.com.
Yeah, or our YouTube page.
I can't remember if this is Capo 4 or 5. We'll go with
Whatever.
4.
We'll sing it in whatever key you're gonna play it in.
All right, this is our hopeful song for the future. When humanity finally figures out how to live in harmony together,
And love one another.
which isn't that far away.
No, it can happen right now.
I got my way, you got your way, and I don't listen very well. If I heard your way, I might learn something brand new about myself. Dancing around the truth of the matter. Why is it so hard to find? Well, I see days ahead when you and I are friends. Da, 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 da. I am longing, are you longing to find a reason to believe? We are sailing through the stormy seas to a land of harmony. Dancing around the truth of the matter. Why is it so hard to find? Well, I see days ahead when you and I are friends. Da, 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 dancing around the truth of the matter. Why is it so hard to find? I see days ahead when you and I are friends. Yeah, I see days ahead when you and I are friends.
Let's be friends, everybody.
Yes. That's off our new album.
Sweet.
Yeah.
What time is it? How did we do on time?
25. I don't know, Dan, if you want to bring us in and talk, we could do a little talking or we could do another song, but up to you.
Yeah, I was going to see what you guys felt like, but sounds beautiful. Thank you so much for playing.
You're welcome. Yeah, our pleasure. This has been cool to be a part of.
Yeah, and it's so cool. I feel like my life is so filled with like solo singer-songwriters. Hearing so much like two voice harmony is gorgeous.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
Your voice is kind of, we have an older version of the iPhone, so the audio sounds a little bit like aliens sometimes when you're talking. Like,
when you're talking to us,
that's just my voice, and I'm offended that you would say I sound like aliens. Like,
no, it's just the audio, but it's good now.
We can hear you now.
It just takes like a few seconds, and then it sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you're a human again.
So I'm curious, one thing a lot of people have talked about today with their songwriting stuff is like, the last year has been odd. And it's kind of, we've all been affected by it and reacted to it as artists and as humans. I live in New York and I love New York and I don't want to be anywhere else. And so like it's been hard here, but like I'm in a place that I like being, and so that's been all the things that it's been, right? You guys though have had a much different experience, not being really like in the belly of the beast in the same way.
Yeah.
But I don't know what your experience has been like as people, as artists reacting to this last year. Like, I'm really curious.
We've been very fortunate.
Yeah.
So we decided to pursue van life in 2018. So we have not paid rent since 2018, and that's the only way that we've been able to stay afloat this long. We still have like payments to make for life stuff and a van to pay for, and whenever things go wrong with that kind of like equals our rent.
Yeah.
But in terms of being put in between a rock and a hard place to make ends meet, we've been very lucky during this pandemic because we chose to live van life, and that's been like one of the best decisions we've ever made.
It honestly feels like once we, that scene in Indiana Jones where he puts his foot out and he says only the penitent man will pass, and he steps into the crater and there's the old guy that's like, you have chosen wisely. It feels like we were Indiana Jones and we just took a leap of faith and just put all of our marbles in Fort Vine and making it work. And ever since we did that, it just seems like the path appeared for us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we feel very blessed and very lucky that the universe is kind of supporting us, I guess.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I can say is just the amount of luck and love that we have received since we left New York has just been incredible. And I don't know, we couldn't have done it without those two things.
Yeah.
And also knowing you guys from here, like that built on a foundation of like, years of like hard work and tenacity and like finding out what you wanted to be doing and then like executing, I think there's.
I was just gonna say I miss our community so much that we met and cultivated in New York.
That's definitely the one thing I miss too.
I miss you guys so much. This has been so great to see your faces and see some of the crew again.
Yeah.
Because those memories we will always hold dear, and New York will always have a place in
and we
our
look
hearts.
forward to coming back again, playing shows in New York City.
Once that can happen again, that's going to be a really happy time. I look forward to
absolutely.
that.
So I guess, kind of closing question, like what are you guys really excited about now? Like looking forward to the next chapter here, like Fort Vine for you guys as individuals, like what's really exciting for you?
Sure.
Wow.
Well,
there's so much.
we just got engaged, so
yes, you did.
That's an exciting chapter that's about to begin. We played a couple of the new tunes for you. That's kind of a taste of the next record that we're gonna work on. And we do plan on continuing to travel safely in our van. It's pretty great out here in the South. We get to just be in the desert.
Which is amazing.
Other than that frat group over there that's kind of having a party. But for the most part, there's like nobody else out here. So we will be making our way to the Pacific Northwest. I'm excited to be back in the Pacific Northwest in the summertime, late spring, early summertime.
And that's probably when we'll be recording this next album.
Yeah.
The Land of the Gemstones is what we're going to call it, but don't tell anybody.
Yeah, that's a secret.
Man, well, I can't wait to hear like the full studio version because the live versions are really cool. Thanks for sharing them.
No worries.
Our pleasure.
That's fun.
Thanks
I can't wait to hear the studio version too.
Thanks.
Yeah, right.
Opportunity to try those out.
Cool. Well, everyone, go listen to Fort Vine. Go to fortvine.com. Check out their music at Fort Vine social media, and they have a few records out that are all really exciting. So thanks so much, guys, for coming on.
Thanks, Dan, and happy birthday, brother.
Mwah. Cool. Bye.
All right, take care.
That was Fort Vine, who are Phenomenal. Next up, the final act of today. I just want to say, everyone, thank you so much, everyone who has hung out and listened and played. And I'm really excited to bring these guys on. This is a band called SKOUT. They're amazing. Both of them are great guitar players, songwriters, and I'm really excited that they are on the show. So welcome, SKOUT.
Oh, Dan! Happy birthday!
Thank you. How are you guys?
Except the only thing is, I want to be where Fort Vine is.
Yeah.
It looks warmer there.
That was the best background of the day, no question.
Mm-hmm. They were like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just an iPhone," and it was like,
they're living life. It's good.
Yeah, 100% winning.
How have you been?
Really well. I mean, all kinds of ways, right? Like the full spectrum of ways is how I've been, I feel like. But good. I've had a lot of time to practice, and I've started writing again recently, like songwriting, and and today is going swimmingly. I wasn't sure with having like 10 acts in a 5-hour chunk. Like, I've never done this, and I'm really happy with how it went.
We wouldn't be able to tell you've never done this.
Yeah, I do it every other week, and no, never done it.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So are you guys still in New York? Are you in Nashville? Where are you guys streaming from?
So we're in Nashville, actually.
Cool.
Yeah.
Connor's been here for a while. You've been here since the pandemic started, and then I moved down like midway through, and I was like, New York was getting kind of bleak, and I know you're there now, and it's honestly just not having space and like being in a tiny apartment, and my music space there didn't have any windows, so it really started to get to me. So yeah, and like it's great being here because it doesn't feel like I miss New York. I miss the New York that I knew and loved, and I will be back, but it's like, why not ride out the pandemic somewhere where we can play together and I can walk outside safely?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I spent a good 2 months trying to bribe her to come down. I had come down in January of 2020, intending to spend like 2 months here.
Yeah.
And the pandemic hit, so I stayed. And then she came down in July, and immediately we were just trying to bribe her to come down and stay.
It's been fun.
Yeah.
Do music.
I mean, I have a number of friends who have moved there over the last couple of years, and they all say great things. I mean, Kaylyn among them. And have you guys enjoyed, like, have you gotten to be a part of like the Nashville music community at all, or that's not really a thing right now?
Sadly, not as much as we would like. It's difficult in the pandemic. So, and I'm at risk, so I have to be very kind of cautious. So it's been hard. So we're kind of hoping the world opens up in a safe way so that we can actually dive into the Nashville music scene. And
it's crazy to be surrounded by such talent and not be able to tap into it. And we're both kind of desperate for that, for the day that does happen. But we're being cautious, which is good. Safe. You better be safe than sorry. Yeah.
So I know you mentioned earlier you've been doing a lot of like practicing scales and that kind of music as opposed to writing. I feel like I've been doing a lot more of that than other, I guess. Yeah. I'm trying to learn piano.
Ooh, cool.
Like everybody's doing, but
right. Always a good thing to learn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys have been releasing some music recently, and I believe you're about to release some more music.
Yeah.
I'd love for you to talk about that and maybe share some of that with us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we just released a new EP, in September of 2020 called Patterns. It was 5 songs. And we're really proud of that. That was like it. You know how you always like grow with each release? It felt like a real step in a direction that is SKOUT. And this year we've got some fun singles planned. Hopefully within the next 2 or 3 months, we'll have something new out, which is really exciting.
Very cool. Yeah, no, I agree. I've always been a big fan of SKOUT, but like I heard Patterns and I was like, I had this moment of like, whoa, like the songwriting is cool. The production's really cool. Anything that's in like 6, I get excited about. Which a lot of things are right now. 6 and 12 are having a moment, which I'm all for.
In 6? I didn't even know.
Just smile and nod.
I didn't know we had a song.
I don't.
Neither one of us knows music theory at all. So I love when somebody like you can break it down for us. Or like occasionally I'll post like, what is this chord that I'm playing that I love on social?
Yeah.
Like, people, thankfully, very skilled, smart music people can answer that for me. Like,
which is so funny to me because like I've been like hitting you up on TikTok being like, what are you doing?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like I'm playing music.
Right. And then you send me some tuning that's like notes I've never heard of, and it's I'm into it. But I would love to hear some of you guys' new stuff if you want to play some.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And we're gonna we got a few. We've got a few from Patterns cooked up, a few old ones, and we can throw in a brand new one too.
Fantastic. So maybe I'll get out of your hair and then I'll like pop in at the end. But before I leave, is there any place you'd like to kind of shine light in terms of people checking out your stuff?
I think Spotify or iTunes, whatever your streaming service of choice is. And or TikTok, like that has been so fun. So
yeah,
I have not yet been involved in the TikTok, but she is crushing it.
It's really fun. It's really, really fun. It feels so much. There's less pressure than Instagram. I feel like Instagram you really trying to be polished. Or I have this insane fear of like not posting something that sucks. And then TikTok, it's just like you throw a bunch of stuff against the wall, and some stuff works, and some stuff totally crashes and burns, and it's okay.
Yeah, I've been enjoying TikTok because I'm not doing any of my songwriter stuff on there. I've just used it as this repository for all of my like really like pedantic guitar stuff. I'm like, here's me playing with my Roland guitar synthesizer, and you know my fingers look like this, and it's just like it's just fun. I'm like into it.
It's just fun.
I love your TikTok though.
Yeah, it's really.
I will
fun.
say that I watched yours, and then I've watched a couple dog ones. That's about it.
Yes.
But I love the like the tech guitar, whatever you want to call it. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, we'll chat more in a little bit, and I'm excited to hear you guys.
Sounds great. We'll kick it off.
High with a view right now. There's this darkness that I can't shake. It's been so long. It feels invading. It toys with me. Tells me there's somewhere else that I should be. There's nobody warns you the depths you can go in your mind. Down on the floor, I can hear you once more in my head. See, I'm telling, can't you see? And we can do whatever with this dumb little life. We can be whoever, we can love who we like, and we can go wherever, we can change overnight. Time's not a limit, so wait till that You're a fresh breath shot to the system. You're everything I swore I was missing. It's hard to believe. See the same thing in me. There's nobody warns you how far you can fall in your mind. Down on the floor, I can hear you once more in my head. See, city. We can do whatever with this little life. And we can be wherever we can love who we like. And we can go wherever we can change overnight. Time's not a limit, so hey, let's build that life. I wanna build that life with you, darling. Brick by brick, any path we pick, maybe a house on the coast with some room for growth. And you'll brew the coffee as I play guitar. We'll still be wild, but we've come so far from feeling like frauds in a city of gold. So God bless our youth. I'm okay getting old with you. Oh, darling, I can see that we can do whatever with this dumb little life. Yeah, we can be whoever, we can love who we like. And we can go wherever, we can change overnight. Time's not a limit, so baby, let's build that.
Hey. All right. Thanks for listening. If you're out there, I don't really know. We're gonna play an old one, an oldie but a goodie. Yeah. This is a song called Sting. Ooh.
Sunshine fills the room like smoke. Sparks in the words I wrote. Fire burning, beat you to your door. Stop me here and beg me, please, for more. I can't tell you anything, 'cause you're not quite listening. I just wanna tell you everything, tell you everything. But the words might, they might sting. Love me like you do, yeah. It kills me, this is killing you. But I can't hold you, I can't let you in, no. Sun is rising, but I let resentment win. Can't tell you anything, 'cause you're not quite listening. I just wanna tell you everything, tell you everything. But the words might, they might sting. See, I can't tell you anything.
sting. All right. We're gonna play another one that's off of Patterns, and it is maybe the most fun song for me to play live because I just get to watch him.
Ironically, that was the most fun song for me to play live because I get to watch her.
Thank you, Connor. That's so sweet. Thanks for Dan for putting this all together. It's been such an amazing day of music, and it's really cool to have a way to connect in quarantine because it's been really lonely and hard on everyone. I think I speak for the world, but I don't know. This is a song about my grandparents' house in Cape Cod and about things changing. It's called High Banks, and the name of the house was High Banks. Somewhere on that roof in East Cape Cod, there's a title with our initials drawn, and they're fading in the rain. Somewhere in the woods behind the house was a sign for a path on the bridge we built, but somebody took it down. You see, time, it really gets to me these days. I really start to feel my age, less the number and more the things that start to change. High Banks was a place we used to know. They built these walls to grow. Now it's someone else's home. Whoa, whoa, somewhere on a door frame just inside, there are pencil marks for every inch. Now they're painted over white. You see, time, it really gets to me these days. I really start to feel my age, less a number and more the things that start to fade. High Banks was a place we used to know. They built these walls to grow. Now it's someone else's home. Whoa, small things, they start to change, and then one day you're not the same. Small things, they start to change, and then one day you're not the same. You're not the same. We're not the same. We're not the same. High Banks was a place we used to know. They built these walls to grow. Now it's someone else's home. High Banks was a place we used to know. They built these walls to grow. Now it's someone else's home. Whoa. got a few more for you. This one we love to play. It's so weird. We haven't been able to play together live in this setting, I think, in months and months.
Yeah.
So it feels like flexing a muscle that like was strong a year ago, but now is like weak and deflated. All that is to say, this is so fun.
That's
a horrible setup.
Well, I liked what Kaylyn said about playing music. You're not, I forget the word she used. She used all the perfect language to say this out. So I'm going to totally botch it. Sorry, Kaylyn. But it was about playing music, having fun with it.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be pressure. Or
Yeah.
Playing.
Yeah. So this one's really special to us. It's the first song we ever co-wrote. And it's called Here and Now.
Do you want to play the half step?
Yes, I do. Yes, I would like to play it. A half step up.
Dan, that's the extent of our musical language knowledge.
Yeah, that's all truly it.
I, as a guitarist, am so intimidated by how many capos are happening right now.
Honestly, it's ridiculous.
I'm so into it.
It's so unnecessary.
It's so unnecessary, but this
No, I think it might be totally necessary.
To get the half step up, sadly.
Yeah. Sky been burning red from the war that lies ahead. Thoughts of people and places we haven't saved quite yet. Fear been setting in, tones me like a violent wind. It pins me to the floor. Says listen to your head, but I can't do this anymore. Let goodbyes dictate my world. 'Cause you're here now, and now's for sure. Yes, you're here now, and I can't ask for more. The world's been caving in, shouts. You're next, my friend. Won't you tell me that we're alright? So tell me that we're alright. We're not home yet, we may never be, but that sky is burning red. The sky is burning red. So I can't do this anymore. Won't let goodbyes dictate my world. 'Cause you're here now, and that's for sure. 'Cause you're here now, and I can't ask for more. Fears alive, so am I. 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 I can't do this anymore. Let goodbyes dictate my world. 'Cause you're here now, and now's for sure.
You're here now, and I can't ask for more. So you're here now, I can't ask for more.
All right. What time is it? Oh. Yeah, it's time.
Hey, that was amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you.
That was really fun.
Yeah, it's it's cool. I'm recording this at Ali's apartment, who's like right over there, and we were just standing over there while you were playing, listening in the other room, and commenting on like, there's not gigs right now really, and shows and like the hang and like the whole thing, and it's really cool. Like, one, getting to hang with everyone, and two, I said this a couple times before, but like not being so geographically restricted to like that particular bar in Brooklyn that night.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. You've created like a very international, well, I don't know, international, at least national bar.
No, we have Ireland represented.
Oh, really? Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
It is cool that you brought a ton of people together on your birthday. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I just thank you for playing. You guys sound amazing, and like Patterns, like I'm still listening to it, and I'm like, I really love that record.
Thank you so much. I'm really proud of it. And I have an important question to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Have you eaten today?
Have I eaten?
Yeah, I'm just worried that you've been watching this whole thing and you haven't had any chance to rest.
Okay, so I had a really good breakfast.
Okay.
And then I had lunch.
Okay.
and then I had some cake.
Good. Okay.
Right before this started. So like right now I am very hungry, but I'm also about to eat. So you know.
We wanted to make sure you were okay. I was just like, this guy has not gotten a break all day.
Well, I did think about it. I was like, well, yeah, I'm just playing for 30 minutes up front, and that's it. And then I was like, no, I'm playing for 5 hours.
Yeah.
I'm here this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did that last year too when I did this as like a live show for my birthday. I was like, oh yeah, the thing will run itself and I'll just get up there every like so often to introduce the next person. I didn't get off stage for the whole night, you know? I was like which is very fun though. So I'm wondering for you guys, what's around the corner that's exciting, either for the band or just like personally?
Personally?
I got a dog in November.
Whoa, that's cool.
His tail was our metronome for the set.
He's sitting over there.
He's just wagging his tail on the side.
That's adorable.
I think, honestly, for us, it's like a new chapter of writing. Like when you release something, you spend so much time planning the release and like learning how to play those songs live and like improving upon your live set and all that. But like, we haven't gotten to be in the same space and write together in so long, and I'm really excited. I feel like this year we're gonna get to do that. Yeah.
That's cool. I'm really excited to hear what comes out of that.
Oh. I thought he was crying. He's definitely not. Like,
I'm just so happy it's Dan's birthday.
Let it out. It's okay. Feel your feelings.
Feel them all.
Yes. Cool. Well, everyone, check out SKOUT. Their last EP, Patterns, is awesome. They have new stuff coming. On Instagram and all of that, you're SKOUT Out Loud?
Yes. SKOUT was taken because it's a dating app. So don't confuse us with that, please.
Right. I was Googling you guys earlier just to like put links to stuff. And I was like, man, you guys are like... It would be one thing if the SKOUT dating app was like cool and I'd be like, okay, fair. But like SKOUT the band is definitely much cooler than SKOUT the dating app. And that's a shame, you know?
I'm honored.
We have to agree.
Yeah. Cool. Well, it was great to see you guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. This was so fun.
Yeah.
And happy birthday again.
Thank you. Well, hopefully I'll see you guys in person before too long. And, you know, if not, have a good night. And thanks again.
Thanks, Dan.
you too, Dan. We'll hopefully see you soon.
Yeah, definitely. Oh All right. Well, this brings us to the end of our show. For all of you guys who popped in and listened, hung out, played, thank you so much. Really made my birthday super fun. And I know I'm craving community and connection so badly, and I think a lot of us are. So today was really a balm for that. And I'm just really happy to have shared it with so many of you guys. So thank you. If any of you saw, I have it pinned on a couple of the things, but I have a digital tip jar for the performers. So if you want to go to Venmo at Dan Saulpaugh, my name, or paypal.me/Dan Saulpaugh, anything that I get from today, this time period, will just get split up evenly to everyone who performed. So please drop a few bucks, buy us all coffees, and yeah, I think I'll play us one to close. This is a tune I wrote kind of when I first got to New York and was trying to figure out, what do I sound like? What do I write like? Who am I? And it's the title track from my EP, Before the Fire's Gone. Love is not what we thought before we fell this far. And we were both too young to see if love would trap or set us free. So please don't make me wait too long, because without you I'm not that strong. And please don't make me believe that love is past this on, or touch the flame to my lips, please, before the fire's gone, before the fire's gone. The stillness in the air we breathe solidifies, won't let us leave. And the silence that we've learned to need holds us here, won't set us free. So please don't make me wait too long, because without you I'm not that strong. And please don't make me believe that love is past this on, or touch the flame to my lips, please, before the fire's gone, before the fire's gone. And I love how your words taste sweet as you whisper them into my mouth, and write a book where I transform the pages of our love. And I love how we fall asleep, kept warm in each other's arms. And I read your words in my dreams till we have to face the break of dawn. So please don't make me wait too long, because without you I'm not that strong. And please don't make me believe love is past us on, or touch the flame to my lips, please, before the fire's gone, before the fire's gone, before the fire's gone, before the fire's gone. Thank you. Again, I'm Dan Saulpaugh. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on my birthday. I hope you all have a great evening.